All right, welcome for joining us. Thanks so much for the now introduced as the ill-fated.
Ew.
Yeah, we'll get excited. Ill-fated. Session died.
We're gonna
Oh, we're
die.
so pumped. It's like the morning still, yes. Everyone's like kind of waking up, right?
Uh,
So it's
also,
yeah.
just living in that name because it's so
It's so true.
Mhm.
profound and true.
Embrace
Still
it.
waiting for the other shoe to drop.
Yeah.
Going through the recap real quick. We had uh, kind of a showcasing from a character and some role play, some lore from that particular character, Balrugar, this elder eye monster, and had given some fantastic information that was also led to more confusion. It's a good way to sum it up.
Mhm.
There's a couple notes I'll touch on through the recap, just because I was camping and haven't typed a lore note yet, so I was busy this week. So one of the things they mentioned was their kin, essentially their spawn. So the other are monsters that essentially were further into this labyrinth, this layer, were recruited by a person named Damodar, and they were promised to that they could have a place upon the surface world somehow in exchange for their service. There was someone that Balrugar had mentioned, a character named Wizard of Old, that had bestowed the Bane of Barithune, a great sword, to them in exchange for peace. Right? So not only was the staff of another Wizard of Old named Quinferin taken during an attack on the Wizard's Keep within the labyrinth, but also there was an exchange of the Bane of Barithune to Balrugar to hold it onto it and then give it to the chosen ones when they would arrive. It was very vague. It was very kind of subtle. And sure enough, Balrugar's been waiting. Over thousands of years waiting. In a deep slumber, this creature's been, and the lair kind of overran. Kin, spawn gone. Seemed to know a little bit about each of you, so perhaps there was more that information that this character did have of each individual that was maybe mentioned of chosen ones, quote unquote, but that wasn't explicitly conveyed. Beyond that, one of you received a tome of the Beholder, quote unquote, eye monster. Interchangeable names. And it functions similarly like a never-ending spellbook that once you kind of declare the spell you're looking for, and you look for it, percentile chance it's either there or it's not. This character showcased their abilities in their crystal summoning chamber, some chamber that they've constructed, this creature constructed, to kind of harness and kind of extract these crystals and then imbue them with magic. And those were essentially power sources, like batteries. And it did not need you there to kill these slug-like insect creatures that had infested the lair. But definitely seemed to be showing off and dusting off the old cobwebs a little bit. Just to have you there as an audience was good enough. Now, the main reason why you went there, the quest, was to find the missing prospectors. And you did. You find some of their bodies. They were suckled and ate and killed. There was one that was still alive. This prospector was teleported by Balrugar back into the snow of the northern side of High Rock. And then the creature who had taken was killed. Just inside that central chamber you found Balrugar. Balrugar seemed to have some control, and this was showcased of magic, and this was showcased from the barriers on the walls. The fireball spell that went off, it was also showcased with the tunnels, with the anti-magic kind of field that was there. And so the whole layer had runes and imbued, particularly deep speech runes. And so it really didn't take much to silence that creature and then to save that prospector. But Balrugar was not in the mindset of doing that. And it's because Balrugar is not a humanoid. Balrugar doesn't really care, right? Balrugar was only there for one reason. And that reason was fulfilled. So beyond that, Balrugar didn't matter to Balrugar. So it's a different perspective, I think. For each of you, that would seem like it's crazy, or save them, right? Why wouldn't you? But to Balrugar, it's a different mind, different growing up, I suppose. So Balrugar teleports you back. The prospector was there. The name, I believe, was dropped not just by the character in settling them down, but also of Pelu, right? Kind of having a conversation. So Timothy was the name. That was the actual prospector. And you kind of sent that individual back to their home and said, hey, go. And they mentioned they also had a wife and then kids, right? You found out. So many kids. And so settled down here at the Frosteel Tavern. Pelu and Kalan were here. They were talking to themselves with Barlow and kind of made way. Pelu had disappeared now. Mentioned that the prospectors, right, gave the information. So they are now notifying family or next of kin, right? They're kind of settling and making sure that everyone's taken care of. You had a nice conversation with Kalan, which wasn't really much of a conversation, more of just a very antisocial character that was listening to you all talk and then maybe saying a few things and then deciding to walk away. So that was much of that. But Kalan is going to be leading the charge of the caravan, at least directing one of the actual stagecoaches or the wagon at the lead. And so, yeah, tome of intellectual property. That's exactly correct. So without further ado, you all are in the tavern, figuring out, what you're going to do probably for the rest of the day here. This caravan heads out in the morning. So that's it.
I'm gonna look to Zeph and be like, hey, do you think we have some time before we have to do anything?
Good. What time of day is it again?
It's like
30 in the
noon.
Yeah, we got
afternoon.
loads of time.
Yeah, it's lunch.
Yeah. I would like
We don't
that
have to leave till
spell.
morning,
If,
right?
I would like detect magic if you would like to show me.
Yeah. Don't barely have. I got most of my spells last, so I can definitely splurge on showing you a few things.
I only have enough material for one spell right now. Maybe I could go visit Pelu and get more.
Yeah. I mean, if you want, we can do it now or before we go to bed, whenever works for you.
I will start. I will do it right now unless something comes up.
Yeah. It'll take a couple hours, I believe.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. A couple hours. Not too much time.
Yeah. I will start scribing into my spell book once he shows me.
All right. So you both get to work doing that. No reason to roll or anything, and you're showcasing perhaps some of the components and what it requires and some of the things. And cue montage music. Everyone's watching. See what you do.
What's the? How do I pull up the thing to grab the spell? I forgot.
You can do control space bar for the SRD,
Okay, yeah.
or I can drag it in for you. Whatever's easier.
I got it.
Ooh.
And would I need to expend that like normal, or would that count as like a ritual thing, or what?
Good ritual, do it. I mean, taking your time. So again, a wizard, how they learn spells is through mimicry or through another person's spellbook. So you don't actually cast spells with a spellbook, so you're doing mimicry. So you're actually showcasing the steps going through with actual ritual casting it. That would be kind of what you're doing anyways. So you're not really expelling a spell slot to show them, you're ritualized casting it. If it's another spell, right, that doesn't have a ritual, then yeah, you would expel the spell slot because you're like casting the spell essentially.
I'm loaded now. I got a bunch of rituals. Okay, thank you, Zeph.
Rituals.
Don't say that. As soon as the wizard starts saying he's powerful, that's just when bad things happen. Don't let the DM hear you say that.
So powerful now.
I wasn't saying that. I was just saying I have a lot of rituals. Don't feel very powerful yet.
What does Barloo usually serve for dinner? Should we go catch something while we have time?
I think they just
A
killed the
treat?
goats.
Oh,
Yeah, it's usually goat.
Yeah, some mountains.
Does goat sound good to you?
I mean, I eat rabbits and stuff while I'm hunting people, so whatever.
And I imagine it's goat and fish.
Well,
Do you eat
well,
people once you hunt them?
No, I don't eat the people.
Okay,
Eat
I'm
the
just
rabbits?
clarifying, man. Listen. We just met you.
yeah, well, that's a good point. While we have time, why don't we all, talk about where we come from and who we are? I mean, it seems like we're going to be together for a little bit longer. And we've gone through multiple life and death situations. I think we can talk
That's
about
true.
ourselves very
To
plainly.
be fair, I feel like we know more about the new guy than we do about you, Tegan. Where were
That
you
is
before
true.
all this started?
Well, I've been a lot of places. How I got to be on the striker, I was listen, my past is very hard to talk about. And let's just say I was getting away from some people that particularly did not want me alive.
Follow another round. This one is not drunk enough.
Whoa! Runs over. Let's pour out a pitcher. Barlow special. Yeah. I heard a little bit about what happened there.
Which thing?
Oh, field house being destroyed.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that was really unfortunate.
Yeah, hard to miss that.
Yeah, this is a talk of the
Thankfully, it
village.
wasn't the tower.
Oh, that would be bad. I can't imagine my beloved tavern ever being destroyed. I love it so much, so dearly. It's my pride and joy.
Please, God, don't let that be foreshadowing.
Neil's dad begins to
Tegan,
consider.
maybe you should go outside.
We have a roll perception checks. I'm just kidding.
God.
You notice a swirling mist heading towards.
You guys hear wings flapping? I'm going into the basement.
No.
The dragon huffs and puffs and blows the inn down.
Zeph, I'm curious about you. Where do you come from, and what were you doing before you got on that ship?
Oh well, I grew up in the church for Deadmorn.
And what made you go on the striker?
Well, I was more or less selected and chosen to basically seek out and hopefully deal with or do what I can regarding the Forsaken.
So you are a hunter of the undead.
Well, vampires anyway, yeah. Or the Forsaken specifically.
Right. And then Maldor, I know you come from a different plane, but there's got to be more to that.
Indeed. Was there something specific you wanted to ask about?
What's the craziest shit you saw there?
We've talked before about being unaccustomed to the shifts in weather here. There was actually weather in the Astral Sea. It was rare, but it is referred to as the psychic wind. It is effectively, imagine the dying wails and throes and deepest fears and regrets and despair of every wretched creature that has ever died being swirled into a monsoon and thrown across the sky. If you find yourself stuck in it, it can lead to madness or death or any manner of terrible, awful things. Lost more than one unit who got caught unawares. Some of them never recovered mentally. The ones who survived.
So why are
Sounds
you
like a
here?
nightly occurrence.
What was it?
Why are you here? Like, why did you come to this plane?
It was not by choice. I was the leader of a unit, the Fists of Hell, a military unit tasked to fight an ancient, primordial force of chaos, referred to only as the Devourer. We specifically, my unit was tasked with protecting the gates of Precipia, the gateway between this plane and others. I oversaw the battle in that area for what you would perceive as centuries, nearing millennia. There was a particular battle one day. The tide seemed to be shifting, and my scouts reported movement just outside our lines. Understand that in that place, you can move freely in virtually any direction, so a battlefield is more like a sphere than a plane. You have to observe every conceivable direction. And just outside our innermost lines, we saw some sort of action stirring. Enemies were appearing in places we didn't expect. There was a lot of commotion. Our mages and those with Farsight reported that something was being constructed near our lines. Upon further inspection, it seemed like they may be building a gateway, a portal of some description. If we were correct, this would have been a beachhead directly into our innermost flanks for the enemy to use. So with all haste, we assaulted this encampment, and we destroyed all of these horrid creatures that were building this thing. But in their last dying breaths, they leaped forward, and they are made of a chaotic sort of energy, a purplish, arcing lightning, for lack of a better term. They gave up their life force to activate this device. And when they did, a portal opened. And through the other side, we saw what can only be described as the very core of chaos, the spawning ground of these things, the point of their origin. It was madness. Most of my unit wanted to try and destroy the device and hold the line, report back. But I recognized an opportunity. We could walk right into the spawning ground of these things and snuff them out once and for all. We had a gateway. Essentially, instead of them having an opening to us, they had left us with an opening to them. So I took those of my unit who were willing, and we traversed this portal and assaulted the homestead of these creatures. And we killed many. But in my hubris, I underestimated the sheer number of these things. And we fought for many hours, but one by one, we were simply outmatched. My men started to fall until I was the only one left standing. One of the larger of these creatures took me captive. Refused to kill me. It carried me back through this portal, back into the place that we were meant to defend. and it started to weave some sort of machination of this device. It wanted me to watch. This beachhead that we were afraid of, that we thought was simply just a way for them to route troops into this space, was more than it appeared. It was also a transmitter. And as he activated this device, it began to shoot these arcs of that purple chaotic energy out around the battlefield in all directions, forming this web of interlaced lines and arcs, forming points of bright light that all activated simultaneously. And it was not one beachhead, it was hundreds in every place you could think of. It formed a dodecahedron almost of these portals. The enemy spilled out inside our lines, around our lines, across our lines, everywhere you could imagine. Flanks were crushed. My comrades were slaughtered. They were overrunning us. In our hubris, we had let them take exactly what they needed. We could have stopped it had we destroyed that device. As we were watching everyone be decimated, a brilliant bolt of light crashed into the gates. A giant divine suit of armor smashed into the enemy forces. Whether it was he himself or an avatar, Helm was intervening to protect this sacred ground that we were meant to hold. And he began to slaughter them left and right. In the force of this blast, I was thrown from the creature that was holding me, and I crashed through the gates, and I fell. And I continued to fall until I smashed into this plane and woke up outside a city wall in Balthus after some time.
Do you want to go home? Or do you like it here?
I have a duty. I have been seeking a way back since I arrived, and frequently have not been welcome here. I mentioned before, I had a guide, Celestial Diva Linnea. She used to communicate to me in dreams when I slept. Ever since arriving in this place, I can no longer sense her, I can no longer communicate with her. At night when I dream, it is just madness, lakes of fire and screaming faces and pain and an emptiness that I can't quell. I worked for some time, sought out contacts, talked with people all across the other continent to find some way back, to understand how I arrived here and why my connection is seemingly severed, and also why I seem to have picked up this extra passenger in my mind that I cannot seem to be rid of. That is why I was so taken aback when Belregard told me that he could quite simply send me back to where I came from. However, I feel that without the answers that I need, going back might be more dangerous than continuing on the path we have in front of us.
Due to what
Go ahead.
due to what we've seen here on our plane with these energies that Lucard saw, that Zephid saw, and obviously we've seen in these past few days, do you think that the gate fell and these forces spilled into our plane?
I feel if the gate had truly fallen, we would be overrun already. But I do worry that my failure has somehow led to some of these occurrences.
The reason why I ask is that if that eye monster can bring you back, then eventually I can too. I don't know when that'll be, but I'll do everything within my power to help you get home.
Likewise. I would ask one more thing of you. It is much, but if ever there comes a point when the other one seems to have taken full control and you no longer recognize the person before you, do not hesitate to put me down.
Well, like a hole?
Like permanently. I tried to do it myself once. It seems he won't allow me.
I doubt that'll be necessary.
Let's hope
People
not.
can always be fixed. It just may take a while.
Not ready to give up on you just yet.
But should that time come, I will put you down.
I knew I liked him.
Everyone's like, "We'll save you, don't worry." And then it was like, "I'll kill you, don't worry."
First I'll hunt you, then I'll kill you.
It's
We're not
like
ready
20
to let you
paces.
go. We just met you this week.
Yeah,
Yeah, it has been a long week.
Right?
I feel like I've known y'all for months, and
Right.
it's been such a short time.
Listen, I don't mean to be closed up and seem like just the pretentious asshole that pokes hole in things, or a realist or pessimist or whatever you want to call me, but it takes a lot for me to trust people, and I've fought by you guys for a while now, and I just want to say thank you, because it seems like for some reason we've been thrown together by something, whether you believe in God's fate, destiny, whatever, but I'm glad to have you guys by my side, even if a couple of you are murder crazed lunatics.
You know, for every man with lofty ideals, you always need a realist. That's how I've always found it to work anyway.
That being said, the trust I have for you doesn't take the weight off my shoulders of what I've done and the things that have happened to me in the past. But hopefully, one day I'll be able to share it with you. I apologize, but I am not ready to talk about that.
It's understandable.
Fair enough.
But when you are ready to talk, we'll probably still be here.
Bold of you to assume that.
I mean, unless y'all plan on splitting up. I'm liking this arrangement so far.
I was just wagering on the odds that we would live that long.
I don't really plan on dying. It's not a
No
fun
one
way
ever
to
does.
live life.
I mean, nobody really plans on dying.
I don't
Yeah.
think there's anything that can stop us.
You are oddly confident for
Of
this
all
group.
the people I would have pegged to be Team Spirit,
If I can survive an undead horde and running for my life, I'm sure that we can get wherever you need to go.
so you came here to find us because of this conversation you heard, but I gather there's more to it than that. You were in service of someone. Was that willingly or otherwise?
It's complicated relationship.
Wait, when
As
isn't it?
uh I am technically a part of Horsivus, or a spawn of his, in the fact that he warped my mother and other fey creatures into things that were unrecognizable. We'll just put it that way for now. Um, the ones that were pregnant were sought after and kept alive to have those of us that were still in the womb imbued with that power. Hence the disappearing into the shadows and the teleportation. Um, they controlled us both physically and emotionally through kind of those connections and warping our view of reality. As such, I thought I was living a pretty decent life, and I thought I was saving people and bringing them to a better being until the moment that that haze kind of wore off, and I realized that I was sending people to their death, or worse. Many of them are probably part of this undead army, if I had to take a guess.
And where was this?
The Marshes of Unveiling.
Oh, right. We already discovered that part.
The Horde was, at least last I saw, near Fort Faerun, and that is where I made my escape.
Oh, that's just. Wait, where are we again? Alright, right there. So, southeast.
Not that far from here.
Yeah, that's kind of worrying.
So we're starting to put together. The original idea was that this war was tied to dragons, but it sounds like there are beholders and presumably this undead army. Someone is amassing a very motley crew of terrible things to wage war against everything else, I suppose.
Yeah,
And then it said for the freedom of the arcane arts. Is that what I remember?
Yeah, freedom of magic.
Am I gonna be hunted in Othema?
Yeah, obviously I am not familiar with the customs of this land. Is magic frowned upon? Does this regime oppose the use of
I'm
magic?
not from here either,
I
unfortunately.
think Thanos
You're
is
from
the
a
only
lot
one.
closer.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think Thanos is the only one from this continent.
Would I know, DM? Would I know if magic is taboo in this part of the continent?
Roll a history check.
Ooh.
10.
Could I try? I'm proficient.
Sure.
So.
Yeah, go for it. 19. So with a history check of 10, so Zeph and you, Ferris, you both know that there is a history with the pertaining to the Telthars and arcane magic, and that magic users were persecuted at some time. Now, Zeph with a 19, because you come from Kingdom Deadmorn, which is a similar kingdom with monastic tradition, and that you were worshippers of Helm. The Talthars, the Kingdom of Thuria, are worshippers of Pelor. You both look at arcane magic in a similar scope, that it's lesser than the divine, right? So there is a level of arcane magic is in Kingdom Deadmorn there. It exists. They do have schools and things, but they're not specifically brought into like other parts of the world where arcane is all, right? Now, your history check of a 19 is going to help you understand that the actual persecution of the magic users was because of particular few events that had happened in scope of early successors to the founder of the Talthars, which is the kingdom, right? Sir Thurn Talthar. So there is a early successors were things that happened to particularly the royal family, and that led to the persecution in general of all magic users. But magic is taught. There are schools in the kingdom of Arthuria. You yourself don't know where those are, but you know that they exist. And that arcane magic can be practiced and is not outlawed at this time.
But probably monitored, at least loosely.
You can speculate that maybe in the past it was monitored quite extensively. But at the present moment...
But not currently,
Yeah, nothing currently stands out.
Well, that's good to know. Well, at least I don't have to act like I'm someone I'm not.
Everyone is.
Not planning on taking any vows anytime soon.
No. Not really a holy man.
Enjoying the spoils of the Frosteel Tavern, hearing Maldor's in story. I think it's really funny how Zeph, you were like, what is the craziest thing? Literally, like, it's the craziest thing probably your character has ever heard. So that was funny. And time progresses. So, you're while you're having this conversation, you can easily mimicry through the detect magic, spending the time as well, and then having the conversation. Captain Kilu Yan, the quartermaster, they're just drinking. They're enjoying themselves. They're kind of just taking the time in as it goes, playing cards, playing dice games. Some of them are walking in and out, potentially going to the market, village square, spending some coin on some things. And they're coming back. There are actual patrons in here that are traders, right? So they're leaving, going back to potentially their wagons and their wares in the village square. And then there's minor folk that are on maybe swing shifts of sorts that begin to, leave and come in. So everything seems normal, functioning as such. I know that there was kind of a little bit of hey, is anything going to come at us, or is the plan that we did with the Duke, right? We're kind of waiting for something to happen to that, but nothing has. No guard have come in. Nobody's being questioned. Nothing that you've heard or whispered as far as eavesdropping and passive perceptions. Just seems like it's a normal day at the Frosteel Tavern.
Yeah. Honestly, that makes me more than a little bit suspicious by itself.
I am rather curious what's going on over at the manor.
Should we go check it out?
I know. I was kind of debating that very thing. Like, do we want to find out why things are so quiet, or do we just not want to look at gift horse in that mouth?
Yeah, a little bit of both. I was hoping that maybe Pelu would hear or find out, given that he's so involved. But he had other business to attend to.
We have a ring of invisibility.
Sure.
I can go and look. That's what you'll want.
Do you have any way of contacting us if things go terribly wrong?
No.
That's my fear.
If we're going to do that, I think we wait for nightfall and then I can go with you.
Yeah, I mean, if y'all want.
That's good. We don't have any plans for tonight.
I can shoot a fireball up into the air. That could be your contact.
That is the Fubar signal. Like forever, that is always the signal that
That's the signal.
Yep. Jenga is the fireball in the sky.
Yeah.
And that's how we summon a dragon back to town.
Yeah.
What's one more?
We didn't even kill the first one. What do you mean, what's one more?
That'll make it an interesting fight.
Well, while we have some time, I'm gonna open the tome back up, and I'll try to look for the magnify gravity spell.
All right, go ahead and give me a roll.
It's gonna turn this into a drinking game.
Oh, it's a one. It's not in there.
Oh,
So sad.
ouch.
That is
rough.
And
that
the
is
book
rough.
catches on fire and disappears.
Are we sure this thing fucking works?
Like, how did you even manage
Have
that?
you found any spells in
Can't
that
find
book
them.
yet?
I've only used
twice.
it twice.
Listen,
found-
man, I think you got fucking duped. I think that fucking eye monster's just fucking with you at this point.
Right? It's a magic 8-ball.
Yeah.
It hears
it's
you looking
whatever.
for spells and erases them as you open the
Yeah,
book.
you always
You're
see
like,
what you're
"Oh,
not looking for.
There it is. And you go back to your writing utensils and copy it over. And you look there. This is like God. There's just like a big middle finger, like just sitting in the middle of the page.
Recipe for cornbread. What?
And at the end, it just says, fucking chosen ones.
It's alright, buddy. You'll get one eventually.
I'm less bothered by it than y'all are.
I'm just impressed at that roll. Honestly, that's
Yeah.
It's a very impressive roll. If we were rolling for like divine intervention, that would be an
That would
instant
work,
divine
right?
intervention. Yeah.
That would be like a crit. That would be a crit almost on a D100.
Yeah.
Like
Mhm.
that is just insane.
It's very insane.
Honestly, I thought
What
on
was
a one,
the-
the burn was just gonna, the book was just gonna turn to ash. To be honest.
yeah, or something, or come to
What
life
was
and like
the-
bite his hand
What was
off.
that one y'all
Yeah.
mentioned? The floating disc.
Oh,
I'll
That's
do
just
it.
floating
I'll
disc.
do it for that one as well. Let's see if I
Alright.
can get one.
Roll it out.
Ooh.
Hey, it's there. You find it.
Okay.
It works.
See, Tegan, just have to have a little faith.
What is this faith?
Wasn't he just
See,
saying he wasn't holding it?
It'll let you manipulate, or it'll let you summon disc of floating diskiness, but it won't let you manipulate
Wow,
gravity.
that was an intense description.
I would like to rename that to the disc of floating diskiness.
The
Oh,
the disc of floating
The disc.
discus.
When you're pretty parched in the middle of saying something.
I don't need any further description. I think I know exactly what it is.
That was in my mind. I have it locked in.
So it will take time. Obviously, it's from this book. You find it within there. And when you do find it, right, it's similar to any other spellbook that you might find through your journeys. Just copying it over. You need to make sure you have the cost for paper and sorts of things to copy it over. So it's similar to the costing of a first level spell. And then as well as the time, right, taking the time to copy it over and then practicing with it to understand it. So currently you're still kind of working on the detect magic, but just advancing time at this point. Just guys, there's really no reason not to advance time. Based on the fact, just sitting, enjoying yourselves, eating maybe scraps of bread, other things that Barlow has made way and given you, right? Some cheeses and certain things to bide your time. And this is, as far as the tavern's concerned, this is as busy as it's ever been. You know, Barlow's chipper as ever, running around, giving food and drink, and just happy that there's people in here and enjoying the establishment as such. No bard playing, unfortunately, so there's no music or anything like that. But
Unfortunately, we don't have a
Fortunately.
bard that likes to sing.
a bard that
that
likes
kind
to
of
sing.
bard.
Not that kind of bard.
Not that kind of bard.
Yeah,
Understandable.
understandable.
That's so sad.
So, at this point, Varys, you could probably add in Tensor's floating disc. I'm just going to keep advancing the time. So, you're
Sweet.
just sitting there studying and reading and looking. Palo has
How
yet to
much
return.
gold would that be for the?
To procure the gold. Sorry, procure the items.
Yeah.
I don't think you have any extra supplies to scribe over.
Okay,
So let me see real quick. I always have to remind myself for the cost.
I had enough for detect magic, but I didn't have enough for the disc.
Well, once you have it in the spellbook, does it disappear after a certain amount of time, or is it there until you can copy it?
I think that's
in the
I think it's
tome?
there.
Yeah.
It's just there. So the idea behind this is to say that it's always been there, right? So floating disc has always been there, but we roll for it because it's fun. I think it's 50 gold pieces for
Okay.
each level of the spell.
So that's a level 1.
Yeah, so that's a level 1 spell, will be 50 gold pieces. So that makes sense, probably up here too with the cost of requirements, trying to find a trader in the village square or something. But anyone know how to roleplay that, you're able to find it.
Barlow, I need napkins.
Oh, runs over. Oh, napkins. Let me see. Pulls out a
What's a
dirty
what's a
handkerchief
napkin?
from underneath and slaps it down.
I was just trying to think of a way for him to find paper up here that isn't Palu or the poor miner that we blew, or the gym guy that we blew.
I
his
got
house.
some mutton gravy pies coming up here soon for dinner. You all staying?
I believe so, yes.
Ah, it's wonderful. I'm so glad to have this place so full. It's nice to see this hearth and home.
Yeah.
I would hate to see
do
anything
many.
bad happen to this beloved tavern.
Hey, Barlow.
that.
Before
Oh,
you
yes.
leave, do you have any meat in the back that's gone bad?
Well, what do you mean, gone bad?
Like anything that just either like a rat got into the barrel and it's all fucking just disgusting. Something like bottom of the barrel type crap. I mean, the worst thing you got.
Well, up here it's so cold, nothing really spoils. So, in my cellar, it's frigid. But maybe I could find something that mice got into. Start digging around, try to keep a clean storeroom though.
Why don't you give some of that to Kiluvan on me, and I'll slap 5 gold on the table.
Say, wait, you want me to give spoiled food to the captain over there?
Yeah, for sure. 5 gold. Here you go.
Oh, I don't feel comfortable taking that.
Yeah, I'm probably not. I'll just take it back.
I pride myself in making sure people don't get sick of my food.
That's okay. I just flip him 1 gold just because
Oh.
I'm giving him a hard time.
Oh, joking. Oh, good joke. Sorry, not quite the humorous fellow. I did get what you're getting on there, but now I get it's real funny. Yeah.
So while we're messing around in here, just hanging out, I want to cast the floating just to see like what it looks like because I've never done it before.
Oh, throwing
I
out the
think
floating disc.
Yeah, and I think it's a ritual spell. It is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can ritual cast it. You need a drop of mercury. So
It consumes that.
no,
Or,
it doesn't consume it. You just need to have it to kind of dot it out for the. It's just a flavor. Remember, it's just flavor components in the game, right? But
yeah, I was.
I
Just
think it's
curious
funny.
if it consumed it or not.
Just so you know, little chemistry here. If it's inorganic mercury, it's actually quite safe. Just so you're aware. It's usually only organic mercury that we have to worry about. So, yeah. So as you ritual cast, taking your time, you begin to kind of take the droplet and move and kind of form this disc with it, this horizontal the plane, right? That's kind of created from 3 foot diameter, 1 inch thick, and then it kind of floats about 3 feet off the ground or so. The disc is going to remain for the duration, right? Which is up to I think 1 hour, right?
It's an hour,
And that can hold up to 500 pounds. And then the disc is immobile, right, within your 20 feet of it. And then if you move, the disc is going to follow you. So it has like a magnetic attraction to you at a certain distance as you leave. So I find that the floating disc is a very undervalued spell in consideration of like how you might get loot out of certain areas and things. Like you can't carry, right? So the disc can hold a lot. And it's always worthy of a challenge.
I would say, Tegan, you want to go for a ride?
He kind of squints at you and goes, "Not particularly."
Sit on the disc, Tegan.
The guinea pig. After the day he's had.
Come on, Tegan, sit on the disc. It'll be fine, I swear.
No, see, Lucar's volunteering.
Oh, okay, Lucar, yeah, get on the disc. And then I'll just walk around the table with Lucar trailing behind me on the disc.
Like the
This thing's-
dog in the wheelbarrow.
I believe I can
flyer,
fly. I
This thing's
believe
awesome.
I can touch the sky. Oh, yeah, Lucar probably wouldn't get on that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think.
probably.
Can I just like make it go away, like before the spell ends? Like basically cancel it.
Nope.
Nope.
It's not
Okay.
concentration.
Nope.
All right, it'll just sit there behind
It's
me
just
until it
it's
goes
there
away.
for the
Yeah.
duration.
Can I
Okay.
just play with it and basically like just slap it real hard one side and make a flip?
Sure. Wait, we gotta get a table flip sound. Hold on.
Drunk people playing with a fucking magic disc.
I need you to roll a d2 to see what side it lands on.
Right.
I love it. They're eating it up.
That's great.
I'm a household name.
Here's some juice.
He's gone from being a wizard to a magician.
We have got some light applause.
Yes. I'll give a slight bow.
Varus is
flick the
becoming a
captain
bard.
off.
Right, yeah, he just subclassed.
He's
All right.
upgrading.
Thank you for humoring me, Lucar.
He thought it was bad when I hit you. Just wait till he gets back.
Yeah, definitely gonna smack you for sure.
That's fine.
Oh, Barlow
And
moves
you
off.
forget what weapon he's
It's
holding.
fine. I might survive.
So, not to break up the fun and games, but what are we gonna do once we get to where we're heading? Like, once we get to Athema, like, what's our order of business?
That is a good question.
Well, for one, I think we were going to deliver that book to someone who's an authority on all things demonic. Let them know what was going on up here so that they could follow up on these cultists or whatever they needed to do. Perhaps look into that ritual in progress problem.
Yeah. That was one thing we wanted to do.
Beyond that, I think we just need more information. Obviously, there was the blockade that was in our way. There's a war going on we don't fully understand. Perhaps someone with more knowledge of stones or dragons or the history of this Magello person.
Yeah.
Possibly this Damadon. There are quite a few inquiries we could make if we find the right places.
I wish
to
my
make.
family had more connection up here. I don't really think don't think we go this far
Nah,
north, especially
Take us-
being a naval city.
There's
it took us a number of weeks for it to get here, right?
What's up?
Where
It
did
took us a
Hayes-
number of weeks to get here, right?
Wait, what'd you say?
I was just saying it took us a number of weeks to get here, right?
I
Yeah, I
think we were
don't
on the boat for
remember
like a
how-
month or something, right?
Depending on where you boarded or how you made your appearance upon the ship, it could have been upwards of 2 to 3 months, and then upwards of 9 months. So the actual striker in the Wrecker, they are on journey for almost up to a year, right? So they actually traverse across the globe, the planet, as they go to different ports and different places. And then they have to be docked at their main port, their major port, to be able to be repaired, because they are a massive ship. They have to potentially go into a dry dock, right? And then they have to have specific repairs done to them. You also notice that they went through ice flows and things. These ships, so they're getting hit, they're getting bashed, and things happen to them. So, yeah. So the journey itself was quite a long time on that particular boat for some of you.
Well, now that it's getting nighttime, Thanos, you want to do a little recon?
Is it dark enough that we could possibly approach the manor like from the edge of the city without light?
Just
Just to see what's going on up there.
Not, yeah, you'd probably go for another hour or so to get the darkness that you need to be able to be invisible.
whatever you do, stay out of the snow.
I actually have
wary
a
of
solution for that.
Okay.
It's called Pass Without a Trace.
I
Nice.
mean, I don't think that does that eliminate footprints of snow.
That's
Can't be
kind of
tracked except by
the flavored idea, yeah.
yeah. You can't be tracked except by magical means. So
Yeah, so it's going to remove your tracks. So it's kind of a it's not like an illusionary spell per se, but when the person walks through a terrain, they're still gonna leave things for like a little bit, and then slowly they kind of they dissipate, right? In a way, it's kind of like you're shaping the environment around you to fulfill the fact that you're not leaving tracks.
So anybody in the immediate area will still see footprints where you are.
Well, that's where comes into the perception check. That's what they would perceive per se. So if someone was right moving through, not only would you see them, but you can see maybe brushes or other things that they're hitting. The definition that the spell comes into is tracking. So if someone's on your trail, it suggests that they were attempting to perceive your tracks, and that's what the spell is removing. So that's what the spell is going through and doing. But not only that, but it might be shaping the environment. So if there's wind that's kind of coming through, and they're shifting trees and stuff, that's going to begin to manipulate that wind. So perhaps like thickets and brushes and trees aren't going to hit you, right? And so there's no noise being generated from that. So that's where that plus 10 comes from. Is it's actually manipulating nature around you to fulfill you and your possible stealth that's going through it. And then if we're in like a city or a modern kind of area, right, where we're not in nature, how is that going to shape? Well, there's still mud, there's still dirt potentially on the road. There's also noise kind of altering and moving through certain shifting. And so that's what that is. That's changing the nature still. It's still functioning that way. So but for Thanos, for you, if you waited, like I said, another hour or so, you would be able to skirt in complete. You'd be invisible at that point. The sun would be set. And you'd be in darkness. So you could wait a little bit longer to do that, or you could use Pass Without Trace and just go now, and just kind of linger within the dim light and just kind of go down and move through. Your choice.
I'll present both options to Varys since it was his idea.
We can wait. Do you want to be invisible?
Probably safer that way. Yes.
Okay.
You two are the ones that are going?
Yeah, we can both be invisible.
That's fair. Just saying, if you wanted some extra backup, I have a past of being able to get around without being seen. It's up to you. Obviously, me not being able to be invisible is a liability, so if you guys think you can get in and out without any problems, then by all means go, but
I think we should be able to manage that.
okay.
However, that said, if you want to come, I don't mind teaching you how to be even stealthier than you already are. You seem to be capable, but
I think while you guys go inside, it'll be good to have someone on the lookout, especially someone that can message you guys back and forth.
Okay.
So I'll tag along.
Yeah, that's fine with me. And then if I head in, or if we both head in, then you can just be our man on the outside.
And if anyone decides to come up to the manor and I need to cause a distraction, I'm pretty
Already there.
persuasive.
Summons a dragon.
Exactly.
me and Varys get blown up inside the manor because of dragon attacks. Got it.
I'm okay with it.
All right. So you
Wouldn't be the worst
begin-
way to go out.
So you begin, some of you, it looks like, to leave the tavern here, aim towards the manor. So go ahead and activate that.
Yeah, they're still waiting till dark, right?
Yeah. We're gonna wait till dark, and then Tegan is gonna kind of play lookout, and me and him will approach the manor. I'll just avoid the light.
Okay.
Pass without a trace would still definitely be appreciated on my end.
Yeah, I'll cast it when we're like just between the manor, kind of like here, I guess.
Okay, so Thanos and Tegan are going,
And me.
And Varys.
Well,
And Varys.
and Varys. Just want to, yeah. So okay, the 3 are going, and then the 2 of you are staying back. Okay, so pass without trace. You're throwing it on.
Yeah,
Okay.
kind of when we start to get to the cobblestone and we veer
Okay.
off out of the light.
So as soon as you kind of zigzags through, the snow is falling down. There's providing some concealment here. So there's a large overcast, and the snow is quite heavy falling down. It's also cold as the temperature begins to drop to below 10 degrees in Fahrenheit, showcasing how rapidly the seasons and things change. So you're kind of at that tipping point here as the season's beginning to really shape up into kind of horrible conditions in this environment. Village square filled with many different campfires, and as well as the hovels themselves with their different fireplaces and ovens and things that they have in them. Right, there's a large smoke, and it's adding towards the concealment, which is just increasing the ability to stealth in these conditions. So you're making your way through the zigzag of different alleyways and pathways through the actual hovels, which aren't really alleyways per se, but just spacing between the hovels that create a pattern of a kind of a mosaic effect as you go through. Individuals are chopping wood, doors are creaking, people are laughing, sounds are abundant as people are settling down for the night, potentially for the miners who actually do not work in the night shift are coming home. And they've been home for a little bit of time. And that was also seen in the actual tavern itself as people are pushing past to go in as you left. Now, as you're coming towards the manor, what becomes apparent as you get to the edge there where you've just kind of pinged, coming into viewpoint, being able to see through the snow and the kind of smoke conditions, you notice there's numerous amounts of shadows that are moving within the actual windows themselves. As you kind of stop and stare in the distance, you see that the shadows are moving through the windows, disappearing, coming back into the windows, disappearing, and easily you count over 24 individuals within the actual manor at present time. The doors themselves are shut. There's no one on the outside. You're also looking in the designation of the main road that leads, just kind of wrapping around the actual hovels towards the barracks. You don't see any guard or any sort of people marching or moving along. There's no horses, nothing that you hear for a neighing or whatnot. And then there's not really much to go off of at this distance besides the shadows.
Okay. I'll go ahead and get rid of that second level spell slot and cast Pass Without a Trace.
Okay. I'll go ahead and tack it on here.
I'll go ahead and hit the ring of invisibility.
All right, so going invisible. Okay. So your approach to the manor is most likely on the left side, right? Because that's where you're going to have. It's in an elevated position, so you're staying towards the low ground. So you're kind of wrapping around to try to get a better viewpoint. But you also want to be able to see the windows, right? So paying attention to that. So we're going to have you put in position. Just going to put your tokens onto the board. I'm also going to activate the scene, most likely for Zeph and Maldor. You're going to be brought in as well, just so you can see what's going on here as you begin to approach the manor from the sort of leftish side. And you can always move your tokens as far as how you want to position them. If you want to try to wrap around the building, you can, right? Wrapping your tokens around. You can try to, go into different directions. Your tokens are really just, at this point, you're hundreds of feet off of the actual manor. You can really just choose where you're kind of coming in at.
Let's wrap around to the back and see if we
Yeah,
can look through the windows on the back side of the dining room.
I think that makes the most sense, right? Because wasn't there also a living room or something Tegan stepped into on this other side?
Yes.
So yes, that would be the most likely place to be able to see people.
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and pull your tokens there, so don't worry about it. And I'm also going to be propping open the windows. So observing as you wrap around the building, the R guard, they're moving around, they're looking around, talking to themselves, muttering as they're just shifting through things, looking underneath chairs, underneath tables, as they're kind of scratching their heads a little bit and just moseying around the first floor of the manor. You'll see shadows in the second floor.
They seem to be searching for something, you said?
That can easily be assumed just by observing them with passive investigation.
These guys must have just got you. They're searching for evidence still, I mean. I don't know if we saw them roll into town earlier, but
If we get closer to the window, can I try to overhear their conversation?
Can. Yeah, so you are invisible. I do need you to make a stealth check, please, at advantage.
How do you do advantage? I forgot.
Hold down Alt. Alright, 24. Okay. So as you approach the window, I need you to make a perception check now. 19. So you see as one of the guards kind of come up, they come up to the chair, they're leaking under the table, a couple more shifting and moving. Overhearing the conversation, you hear one talk to another. Did you find anything? No, I don't see anything. Oh, where is the Duke? Where's Elise and all the servants? They kind of push past. There's nothing upstairs either. We'll find them. We'll see if there's any tracks, any trails, anything. You get a fan and continue to move through.
I'll whisper over to the. Actually, I'll do it in their heads. I'll relay both of the information to them that they are searching for the Duke and Elise and the servants, but they're not here.
I'll go ahead and message him back and say that means that Elise cleaned up our mess.
In this head, I'll be like, or at least that they're not here. I'll just kind of. I don't know. I'll look towards Thanos and be like, what do you want to do? Do we have any other plans other than just check and see what's going on?
Well, it sounds like Elise removed the body, which is alone, and the blood.
Yeah.
I feel like the way Elise was, that whatever evidence with the Duke, the way that she described her cause and order that she works for, anything alluding to what the Duke did, she would have taken with her to keep it in secrecy.
Yeah.
I don't mean to say that this is a waste of time by any means, but I don't think there'll be anything worth looking for and worth the risk of alerting these people that we're here.
No.
Soviet...
I think it would just raise suspicion. I think we got really what we came for, is just to see how this turned out.
Though, what we could do to buy us a guaranteed time until we leave tomorrow, we could uncover the downstairs dungeon, just move that stone, and then sneak back to the tavern. Let them find it themselves organically.
Yeah.
That's a horrible idea.
So that sounds like a horrible idea?
That might not be a horrible idea. Sorry, the message is kind of spotty sometimes. I think that copper wire was a little rusty.
Yeah, it's all good.
Alright. We'll
yeah.
head over there then. To that is it the stable?
That's stable, right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna circle around, probably around like 50 yards back, so I can get a clear view of the front of the manor, just in case I can see any movement coming out of the manor to warn them while they're in the stables.
Okay. I'm gonna go up to the stable and see if there's just any light coming within it. If there is, I'll go in by myself.
Okay.
Well, I can stealth. I'm not too worried about being
You're
seen
referring
in
to
the
the annexed area that was mentioned that the staircase led down, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Over
So
here, right?
that section there, which was used as a stable, like kind of like a garage, right? The stove and stuff. So Tegan, I'm gonna just move you real quick, right? So you're gonna get in position. Whoa, we went through the whole map.
Tegan's gone forever.
Tegan, I don't honestly know where you went.
Tegan just fell through space time. He's on a whole nother
Bro,
plane of
does it say
existence now.
does it say your token is here?
Oh, I'm in the void right now. I'm in
Dude.
the super void.
You went like far. I can't even grab you right now. That's how far
I
you
was
went.
trying to move, and then you moved me, and I think
moved you
our
too.
movements collided.
Yeah, we like
Snapped me
double
out of
moved you.
existence.
All right, hold on. You're coming back in.
Okay.
I don't know if you can.
Maldor, what the fuck are you doing? No, kidding.
All right, so you're kind of moving into that position, right? Just maybe see through some of the front windows as well as that. And then as far as the rest of you rounding down, getting between the kitchen space and others, I'm going to move you here. So just kind of getting into the space, rounding through. There is there is light coming underneath and actually moving, potentially, of like bullseye lanterns. You hear jingling and shifting of actual armor as well as inside of the double door, passively. So there are
Inside this one or
individuals in
inside the kitchen?
there. Both of them.
Okay.
I have an idea. I'm gonna, in Thanos' head, tell him to go meet Tegan. Because I have an idea.
All right. I will trust you. Don't get caught.
Okay. And do these doors open out or in?
They both open in.
So I'm going to open the door and push it in, and then hide against the wall, and see if they run out after anything.
Okay. Go ahead.
So I'll get next to the wall and then open it, and then just stand there, invisible.
Your voice. Ah, the damn latch shuts the door.
I don't even know if this would be possible, but would it be possible for me to open the door and go in without, like, bumping into anyone?
Can't answer that for you.
Depends on where they're at.
How dexterous you are.
Yeah. If I cast a spell, this goes away, so... This is tough. Okay. I'm just gonna walk away from the door. And meet up with everybody else.
Great.
And just say there's no way we can uncover that. There's guards in there.
Bless you.
One of them just sneezed. That was kind of loud.
You know, I could cause a distraction.
No.
Are you sure?
Just knowing that Elise cleaned up the mess. Even though I'm a little worried about what happened to the servants. Just a little bit. She didn't fucking kill them, did she?
There was no, but it didn't look like there was blood on the chairs either, right?
No.
Like there wasn't anything.
No blood,
crazy?
no sign of scuffle. And in fact, now you both are kind of centered. You're looking at where the horse was actually shoveled with snow over top of it, and the horse's body is not there either.
Oh, that's impressive.
Let's go back and tell the others. I don't think that's worth getting caught here.
I concur.
We're so close to getting out of the town. Why would we jeopardize that?
What? You're being cautious now?
We've messed up a lot, okay?
Lord, you have burned now 3 buildings. You will not.
Or I could just fireball it and make them run outside, you know? Either way works.
3? It was only 2 that we burned down.
Yeah, to be
The other one got smashed.
Yeah, that's what he said.
was,
Burn down 3 buildings, you will not.
burn down 3 buildings. You will not. Yeah. See, like, you know, because I was expecting you, because I'll make a distraction. Half the building explodes out.
I
We
thought
wanna burn
about
down
it.
the third
I thought
building.
about it.
If we want to burn down a third building, I guarantee there's some decrepit shitty hut that hasn't been used in years. We could just set up fire.
I was just gonna shoot a bolt through a window and break a window and then run off into the darkness and hope that was.
We could try it.
I don't
No,
know.
it's
I
fine.
mean,
let's go tell the others.
Okay.
All right. Heading back.
All right. I guess we'll do something cautious. And I'll, as we're getting up to the tavern, I'll shut the ring off.
Okay.
I always forget what's the length on that?
On the ring?
Indefinite.
Yeah, because oh yeah.
There's
I'm
no
thinking
time
of something
limit.
else, I think.
Isn't it indefinite and at will?
Pretty much, yeah.
In combat, you have to take
Yeah.
an action to do it.
It's basically the invisibility
But I
spell.
can do it as many
Yeah.
times a
You
day
can do as many
as
as
I want.
you want. Yeah.
Just doesn't require concentration, but
Mm-hmm.
Crazy.
It's. I mean, it as far as an item is concerned, it is a very, very high tier item.
Yeah. Well,
One could say precious.
Turns out Elise is not there. She took the Duke's body and all the servants and she left.
And the horse.
So we might run into the trouble somewhere else, but not here.
I presume she decided it was most advantageous for people to not ask too many questions.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking too.
like
Well,
she
for that
said,
case,
people asking where the Duke is better than who killed him.
I mean, Elise did say he had a wife somewhere.
yes.
In Nothema, right?
Right.
No,
So-
it was not Othema.
No,
I
she
can't
was
remember.
someone else.
It was some
you're
port
wrong.
town.
Not
Port town,
Othema.
right? Some port town somewhere.
A Lathan.
Oh,
Alathan, yes, it just
Oh,
came.
yeah.
Lathan.
On the other side of the Forsaken. Interesting.
All right. Look, I'm not gonna push my luck. I'd rather just call it a night.
Yeah, let's just get some fucking sleep. I'm beat.
Yeah, we haven't had a normal night's sleep in a long time.
I almost got eaten today.
Yeah, that is
Hey.
true.
I'm just gonna pat Tegan on the back. Yeah, I've been there.
I say, so did Thanos. I will say, given what we've just learned, perhaps when we present this book to those in authority, we leave out that we killed the Duke part of the story. Simply that
Yeah.
we found evidence of
He
malfeasance.
died tragically.
He's just missing. We don't know what happened to him.
You were planning on keeping that part in?
Yeah, probably not. We probably shouldn't say that.
Well, I kind of assumed by the time we got there, it would be common knowledge that he was killed.
That's kind of what I was thinking too.
It sounds like maybe not. So, fortune smiles upon us once.
Well, back to what we were discussing earlier. I think our first course of action is going to be get through this pass, get there, find a place to stay, then immediately take care of this book bullshit, and then
We'll go
after
from there.
that, yeah, maybe find some work in the meantime after that's taken care of, but
Indeed.
definitely need to figure this out too, because if we let this fester for too long, it will come back and it will bite us in the ass.
I agree.
Which fester? But which issue in particular is going to bite us in the ass?
I don't know, you fucking chopping the Duke's head off.
Perhaps.
Listen,
Well, he's dead
to
already.
be fair, yeah, he was already dead.
you know, it's kind of hard to remember considering we've seen a giant tentacle monster, a dragon, a kraken, fish people, shadow dwarves, and a handsy wizard all in the last week. So,
Is that all?
And in the scale of those things, the demon worshipping Duke is kind of small potatoes, honestly.
Yeah, the thing that still blows my mind is Palo got hit by a dragon's breath and lived to tell the tale.
Definitely more powerful than I had pinned him for, but
Yeah.
it's good to have allies who are powerful. So
At least
Well,
he was the demon whisperer.
I'm gonna call it a night. I'm pretty worn out.
yeah, same here.
Uh,
First thing tomorrow morning, be ready to travel, guys.
Yeah.
Finally getting out of this place.
Finally.
Good night, everybody. And as Tegan walks away, before he walks downstairs, he's gonna main chant and tip the captain's cup over.
To the captain's cup over, he looks at the spill, clenches the fist, and looks in the direction. Oh, you fuckers! Oh.
Double birds as he walks down the stairs.
Sloshes off the ale, walks up to the bar counter, reaches underneath with the flag and begins to pour another ale from the barrel underneath the counter. Looks at you, giving double birds, sips it, and gives you the bird. Go fuck yourself!
Fuck you, Kilian!
Things started so great with the captain, and now
He
he's
really
just like,
did.
what
my-
did
Yeah,
you guys do to this poor man?
He's
I
upset
don't
that
know.
we made his home life here in this new town uncertain.
Good
Oh,
night,
should
everybody.
we tell him that Elise and the Duke are missing?
Nope.
No, we
He'll
told
probably
him we
figure it
killed the
out.
Duke. He 100% knows.
I think it was the combination of his ships being eaten by a kraken and a dragon winding up here, and then us going nuclear on the town that he was living in. We had
It was
hoped-
kind of this understanding, at least the vibe I got from the conversation was a mutual understanding of we saved his life, so he's grateful, but because we did this, he doesn't want to talk to us ever again. But the beef is squashed, like the debt is paid. That was basically the conversation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sums it up.
All right. I'm going to bed.
Alright.
Good night, everybody.
Everyone beginning to get to their respective little rooms underneath the tavern. Sounds of above are kind of muted at this point, right? Dying down, and at this stage, everyone can go ahead and take a long rest, unless they're attempting to do.
Ooh, babe. Another night.
I will say Thanos is going to go outside and find kindling and sleep outside, just so that way he doesn't wake anybody with the night terrors.
You're gonna
Smile.
sleep outside in literally sub-zero temperatures.
Yep. I have a fur robe on. I'm fine.
Roll con
I'll
save.
live.
It's -0, below 0.
All right.
I'll take
So
a
you-
level of exhaustion. That's fine.
Oof.
So you will take a level exhaustion, but you did take your long rest, so you can go ahead and get fully healed and get all your stuff back. But you are exhausted from the night as you attempted to keep warm. You kept having to come out of your trance-like state and attempting to continue to stoke the fire and keep yourself warm and whatnot. So exhaustion level 1. In the morning, as you arise, I'm just going to go ahead and begin to clear some tokens here. The tavern itself is quite empty. Not a lot of people in here. So I'm going to clear them out. Pretty much all of them here. Yep. That's good. As you arise, Barlow, sitting on the actual fire, just seems to be putting up an actual goat that's been cleaned and is getting it on a spit over the roasted flame. You've seen this before. Setting up the mechanism right into the stonework and getting that to eventually be roasted, throwing more firewood on there, bringing more firewood in from the out towards the kitchen area. There's a bunch of firewood stoked in there. And so Barrel is just going about the same business. Sees you all kind of arising, quickly makes way to the kitchen, begins to grab a pot of something with multiple bowls, begins to set down the bowls, slodging off a thick kind of oat meal, if you will, into the bowls. Really nothing special to it all. Loaves of stale bread provided, and then pitchers of ale and cups and things set down as well for you all. Not Barlow special, just an ale.
I'll
Setting
turn
it.
towards him and be like, "So I think we are leaving today. How much do we owe you for the time we've been here?"
Oh, well, I always thought everything you did for the village was payment enough, but coin could go good ways. How about we call it a solid 2 silver?
Okay. Very generous of you.
That's actually a decent price. Is that not a lot?
I come from
I'm sure it
a
is. Sure.
big family. Yeah.
Oh. Well, you're more than welcome to pay more if you want.
Hmm.
Whatever you think is fair.
I'll give him a gold.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate that.
Varys is just too lazy to make change.
That's also true. Thank you for everything you've done.
Cleans the hands, bloodied apron. Of course. It's my pleasure. You were staying at the Frosty Old Tavern, and maybe you'll make your way back here eventually.
Can I ask a weird question? This is out of character.
Yeah, out of character.
Can I make an insight check to see if he's genuinely nervous, like any nervous tendencies right now? Like as if he's trying to hide something.
Okay, go ahead and roll insight. 9 appears to be truthful. Barlow's always kind of an anxious type character in general, right? The way that they portray themselves, they're very much giddy. Can't tell if they're lying or not. Seem like this is normal Barlow behavior.
All right.
What is this world coming to when you can't even trust Barlow?
You can't trust Barlow. Brick, what are you doing?
Are we the
I
only
just
ones
think
in
it's
here?
weird that the tavern's fully empty.
Yeah.
Tavern fully empty early in the morning. You haven't asked why.
6 a.m. I'm sure everyone's still getting ready for the caravan.
Barlow, everyone had an early night?
Oh, yes, caravan's heading out this morning, and, crowd likes to form up there. A lot of the minor folk, they don't come in, and all the sailing passenger folk, they have yet to rise. They still sleep. That captain, got going pretty hard. He got drunk last night, and he kept rambling all about you folk.
Yeah, he doesn't like us.
He's a big fan.
Big fan indeed. Sounds like he's heading out on the next one anyways, or attempting to talk to that lord and getting some more wagons and sent for the passengers before the pass closes, get them on out of here. But,
Yeah.
doesn't want anything to do with you lot.
That's fine with me.
Some people, yeah.
Well, we should probably get a move on so we can catch that caravan.
Oh, yeah. So it's heading out first light, so, yeah, you're already a little bit late.
Yeah, so we'll
right.
hurry up and eat this and then head out.
Of course.
Barlow, pleasure.
Yeah. Oh, pleasure, yep. See, Barlow just stands there and looks at you as you eat your meal. Smiles.
Give him a quick little tiny salute out the door.
Farewell.
Goodbye, Barlow. It was nice to meet you.
Bye. Continues to follow you as you leave the door, walks outside the door and looks at you. You begin to walk away. Slowly he's waving.
That's weird. That is.
We're going to our deaths.
All right. Where did the caravan said it was meet at the field house? Or what was the field house?
Outside
I
the
think so.
field house.
Yeah.
All right.
Marching we will go.
Oh, I don't have your tokens down. That's sad. All right. So you come to, right? Half an hour or so. We'll go ahead and call half an hour based on the fact you have 20 minutes, to hike up there to the actual field house area. There's not letting many people on the road. People in the village themselves are getting going. This is normal things. The snow is softly falling down. It's slightly subsided. The temperature's warmed up to a very calm 19 degrees Fahrenheit. So, good change as it begins to warm up. Just a nice and warm. Cold and frigid, some of you anyways.
Well, there's Elise. No, that's not Elise. That's Caitlin.
I was
Yeah,
about to say. What are you
Hold on.
talking
It looks
about?
like Elise. I don't know.
She's just standing there waiting.
Jeff, are you still drunk?
I was never drunk to begin with. What are you talking about?
He's in denial.
So Tegan, again, you don't feel the cold per se, right? You know that it's there, but you're not succumbing to those effects as you're making your way up on the road here, and eventually you see the three wagons, I should say. So again, going through the descriptions of them, they're quite large. So these are just placeholder tokens, really tile things to showcase them. They are essentially like a pickup truck is a good way to describe them. So they have a cabin or an area of an interior with double doors on either sides, and they have kind of filled with storage supplies and other sorts of things. When they're cleared out, people can potentially stay in them. They also have underbellies, so trap doors inside of those areas, potentially for more storage. It sits kind of in a low area. You can see that as well on the outside of the wagon. And then the back end is kind of elongated, and then large amounts of ore has been poured in, and then netting that sits over it and kind of anchored down to kind of hold in the large heaving piles of ore. There's also sacks of other things, and they're tied, and upon the sacks, they're actually stamped. So there's different locations potentially for these things to go and designations of where they need to end up. What's strange to them is that there's actually a couple of them from what as you're kind of approaching and maybe scanning through in the future here, looking into the backs of these things. They mention in common a particular entity known as Crystal Miner. And the actual logo of that appears to be kind of a pickaxe. It's been kind of turned with a gemstone at the back end that's slightly kind of in a ruby shape, and it's kind of turned a little bit. And so there's maybe another lapidary guild or something that they're communicating with or send these to, or maybe they procure them, buy them from the mine, right? So this showcases the entrepreneur skills maybe of Pelu, right? The diversification of how he gets this stuff sent out and gets the coin that Pelu does indeed have. So all these wagons, these Rock Mining Company wagons, they they have a driver's seat. So they actually have a kind of a seat that props up, and then there's almost like a window of sorts, which is more just like a door that can be opened behind them that sits at low, and the driver's seats are above. And that potentially can be an area that you can like scuttle in and get into them or grab things from the inside as well. There are three figures currently upon the wagons themselves getting ready to go as the crowd is forming of rock miners at the southern side of the large kind of canopy tents that are there with the large benches and tables and fires and storage supplies and things. They're all kind of looking and talking and watching. This is a little bit of an event here, right? A caravan being sent out of the village, of the mine, right? This is a big deal, a little for them. For you all, maybe not so much. But for them, it's big. So Kalan's at the front. So you've met Kalan, right? Then there seems to be a very old human, which apparently the name of... didn't come out correctly. There we go. That very old human seems to be kind of robed with like brownish cloth and wool, and then has like pelts over the shoulders right into a thing, and they're bald head and they're very weathered in the face. Just by glancing as you approach here, that human appears to be over 90 years old. And at the back is Timothy, sitting on the wagon, slowly moving side to side. Pelu is talking to Thorvik as well as Kalan, having a conversation. And again, went ahead and did a little bit of future, perhaps, perceptions of what's in the back end, but it's necessary, so you have an idea. The mountain goats, lots and lots of mountain goats. They all have intricate bridles to them. They're all lashed to the actual wagons themselves.
Well, I'll go up and approach Pelu. Be like, Pelu, how are you doing? Sorry we're late.
You approach, see the field house is yet to be... no debris has been shuffled. Everything's just kind of sat there. Nothing's really changed. Oh, well, welcome! Welcome. Thorvik kind of sidesteps. It's against the wall, packs a pipe.
Sorry we're late.
Oh, no worries. We are just tending to business, making sure the Kalan knows right where to go, and where everyone is situated. Anyways, welcome. This is the caravan here. There's three of them, these wagons. And they are to arrive in the fine holy city of Othema and to be delivered to a Commander Rengla Uku at Fort Frostbeard. Mm-hmm.
Sounds good.
Let me introduce. So you've met Kalan, yes? Wave, Kalan, wave.
It's nice to see you, Kalan.
It's the hand down. one for not a lot of words. And this one here, this is referred to as, we call him Burrow. Immediately picks up the voice. Burrow, can you hear me? Burrow, this here is Varus, Willow, and the company will be joining you. Slowly blinks.
It's nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Burrow is quite old, begins to whisper. Not entirely sure how old Burrow exactly is. Burrow's been with the company a long time. Grew up here. And, well, I think it's quite fitting to have Burrow retire, shall we say, soon. Isn't that right, Burrow? You'll be taking your coin and you will be staying in Othema, yes? All right, then. And last but not least, we
he's
have the one you have saved, Timothy.
Hello,
How's
Timothy.
How's Timmy doing?
Hi.
How are you doing?
Okay.
Okay.
I'm all
Are
right.
you okay to be driving?
I'm good.
Did you have a good night with your family after so long?
It was wonderful. I really want to go. Oh, it's Timothy. Come on, silence yourself. I thought it was quite good for Timothy to get out of here for a little while and really forget about what had happened to them. And, well, they could also use the coin. Isn't that right, Timothy? And your family will be taken care of. I've given their family lots of coin, as well as all the rest of their families. Timothy has been...
You are very generous.
Here, let me tell you real quick. Sidesteps and whispers. Timothy attempted to run away last night. In the middle of the night, his wife was able to catch up. Timothy is suffering from a post-traumatic stress. Just so you know, I would keep a watchful eye on that one, in case he tries to run away in the night. All right?
I have a plan for that.
Good. Well, I'm a little bit hopeful that this journey will set them straight. But if not, they'll have enough coin to do what they need to do elsewhere, maybe, and take the family. All right then, Timothy, it's been a pleasure. And you have a good time, yes? Yes. All right, good. Well, are we all ready? There's no rule. Well, let's go. Mr. Mosey on to the front.
I just walk up to Varus and I go, "You want me to talk to him?"
To him? Hold on, let me rewind that. Okay, yeah. To Palu?
No, to fucking get
Timothy?
to.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I mean, I ain't gonna lie. I was kind of gonna go sit up with Caitlin and invite the fuck out of her the whole time, but I'm okay with this too.
Yeah, maybe you being around him will calm him down. You're pretty good with your words.
Yeah, just I don't know why, but I've got a bad feeling, and typically when that happens, shit goes south pretty quick. So just while we're traveling, be on your guard.
All right, I will do that. I'll
And
make
I'll-
my way back to Palu. And I'll just lean over to him and I'll speak in Gnomish. Palu, it hurts me to say goodbye. You were such a great friend, and I've really enjoyed meeting you.
Grabs you by both the hands. Oh, it has been a pleasure. And, shall I say it, unforgettable.
Since I left my home, I haven't known friendship like yours. And it has been very nice to meet you. And I'll lean down and give him a kiss on the cheek.
Oh, as you kiss on the cheek, you see Palu slowly beginning to turn the mouth over for a lip kiss.
And then I'll also say, Gnomish, unfortunately, I am promised to someone back at home.
Oh.
So that is why I had to reject your advances, but
Oh,
I
I
have
see.
enjoyed your company very much.
So, all right, I suppose. Maybe in another life, hmm?
Well, I was gonna say, um, I would like to come back and visit you whenever I have the chance, so don't forget about me, okay?
I will surely not forget about you.
And maybe you'll meet my beloved if we ever get reunited. I still have to go home and finish my journey, but
As they say, what happens on another continent stays on another continent.
for sure. And I'll give him a kiss on the lips and then walk to the wagon.
Well,
I can't.
as
I'm
Pela
just gonna
holds,
go hop on this.
Pela holds the
Yeah.
arms open. So one thing to note is that the wagons themselves, the driver's seats, so someone can accompany the driver, right? So there can be two people on a seat at one time, but there are no real ways of actually riding onto the wagons besides that. They're already very loaded down and heavy. So adding more weight to them will be at a detriment to the actual goats that pull it. So, which you can have one, so 3 of you can be on the side helping drive them potentially. But the rest most likely will have to walk with them, which, given the speed of what you're about to see them go, you're going to realize that you're going to be somewhat faster even when you walk compared to these.
Well,
As
I'll
Pelu.
sit up front with
Okay.
Kaylin. I think that's how you say her name.
Kalan.
Kalan.
I do
sorry.
Kalan. Kaylin, I honestly, however you want to say it, cool with me. See, as Pelu holds out the hands towards the crowd. Hello, everyone! Settle yourselves down now. I said silence. Well, this would be our second to last caravan heading out. Good job, everyone. High spirits for all. Yes. And I have ensured, as you can see, by these adventurers who have helped our mine so diligently, I have ensured that that this caravan will reach its destination, and that everything will go according to plan. So,
Tegan face palms.
I do hope that this will ensure you that with our last caravan heading out, that we'll have no problems. And, well, let me remind you, this does not mean that we will slow down our operation, as we will work diligently through the winter months and have a whole stockpile ready to go and get ready for when the summer hits. So, without further ado, let's give our adventurers, Kalan, Burrow, and Timothy, a nice cheer and a round of applause. All right. That's good. All right, Kalan. Kalan just immediately pulls out a stick, takes it, holds out a carrot, some sort of food on it, begins to wiggle it out in front of the lead goat. Sees the goat, they begin to push, shoving themselves forward. So the actual wagon begins to move. Slowly and surely, begins to slowly crawl forward, picks up speed. Now you realize that they are incredibly slow. But they move. And you are on the road.
Busting. Tegan's gonna ride up front with Timothy and just do the whole. So what's going on, pal? And just have the full ride just be a therapy session for him. Let the poor guy speak.
I'm all right. I've seen things. I'm just here for the ride, here for the enjoyment, here for the escape.
What was that last one?
Here for the escape.
Let's talk about that.
Oh. So as you begin to head out, eventually you get into the town, right? So you're going into the village, and then you pass by. You see Barlos immediately opens the door. People are kind of migrating to that road, right? Barl opens the door of the tavern. It's the last structure on your way out. Just waves, bye, bye, bye. So you begin to all work your way down into the road, into the tundra, and aim to get into the pass, which, in your eyes, this road is not really a road per se. It's just kind of it's not even really entrenched at this point. It's just a flat piece of snow. Is that you're aiming for a lower area of the actual mountains. So you're still actually going through the mountains. You're just aiming to get kind of towards the pass, which is a lower elevation point than the mountains to the north and south of it. So that's where you're headed. Now, the actual elevation gain has yet to happen, so you're still on that road for a good period. Having the conversation here with Timothy is that, again, they're traumatically stressed here. They have gone through, essentially experience beyond any other. And putting into words and describing that is something that they cannot do. You are able to calm them down, so you originally were the ones that were able to calm down, so they've familiarity, maybe a friend within the chaos and the trauma, so they're able to kind of linger, and you're able to keep them to the task. As the goats are pulling, they begin to pull up speed in a way. So now that they're in the open, they don't have things around them, and they're being guided. Kalan is taking great effort in their guidance. Burrow is asleep, so whoever is on the middle wagon with Burrow has fallen asleep. And I will need you to make a vehicle handling check. If you are proficient, who is in the driver's seat of the middle wagon? I should ask. Someone.
I don't think
Okay.
anyone was.
Nobody.
I was going to be.
I thought it was Zeph. Yeah, Zeph had declared it.
Yeah.
So
Oh.
Zeph, are you proficient with land vehicles?
No.
Okay. Then I need you to make a flat, either a intelligence or a dexterity check.
X all the way.
Great. Just what our cleric should be doing.
I should have guided myself.
So 13. So immediately Burrow falls asleep. You quickly grab on to the kind of carrot stick thing that's there, and you begin to grab the reins a little bit that are there that kind of holds on to all of them, and you're kind of holding it, and you're holding the thing, and they're really just going with the flow to the lead wagon, so there's not much guidance or anything you have to do, but you're having to now take over as Burrow has fallen asleep, slowly sumps over onto your shoulder. His drool is pouring out of the mouth, and then stops breathing.
But I'll give him a hard slap on the face.
Slap on the face, continues to breathe.
That would have been so wild if he just died.
Goal to keep Grandpa alive.
Hitting him.
So,
Yet the rest of us, he just slapped the old man.
slap the old man. That's medicine they don't teach you.
Percussion maintenance.
Isn't
So-
he one of the good guys?
I think so. We're gonna hope so. The journey as you travel through, you reach a point at the base of the pass, and at this point they kind of stop. You reach a time period here. You travel roughly like 30 miles distance of the road, and you have yet to fully actually get to the actual pass itself, to actually go through the ascension, to go through the climb. Kalon at this point pulls the wagons off to the side. And you find kind of a nook and a cranny at the nestled of the mountainside as it begins to crest through. Tundra vegetation, so you have evergreen trees that kind of scale up the mountainside, thickets and things growing off, and then that cliffside itself kind of forms an overhang point that the wagons are pulling off of. Essentially, this is a resting place Kalan knows of, right? And so kind of section and made way for the timing of this, potentially hunkered down into the overhang side, getting the actual mountain goats themselves, begins to undo the harnessing of them. And then they begin to prop up using these poles, 4 poles on each kind of corner area of the wagon. They begin to prop open like a circus-like tent as they begin to go and fold over the wagons themselves, creating these slanted areas on every side of the rectangle of the wagon, right? So there's covered areas that they're pitching up, and then they're stowing the goats within them, or they're stowing them in the actual overhang, and they begin to light fires. So now you're figuring out that most of the supplies are for the actual tents themselves, as well as firewood inside of the actual stagecoach. They've actually been pulling out the firewood now to use that to stoke flames, to stoke fires, to keep the goats warm, They also begin to pull out sacks of feed to feed them, and they begin to also pull out rations and food and begin to eat them themselves and divvy it out to each of you, knowing that there's plenty of dry rations and bread and dried meats and cheeses and things that they've been stowing away for this occasion. Also, certain vegetables and things that they can give you. So they went off early, right? You could press on maybe for some more time. The wind and other kind of conditions pressing, and as well as not wanting to kind of camp out during the ascension of the pass. They want to kind of camp out before that, get the ghosts rested, and then push upwards. You've now reached your first night upon the caravan, have yet to encounter much of anything. There was a toppled down tree as you passed through, but the tree itself kind of fallen, seemed to be kind of over top a little bit of the cliffside and came downwards. And there was bits and pieces of rock debris from the cliffside. That was like an hour back, and there was no figures, no shadows, no nothing. And it seemed to be a natural occurrence. It didn't really pose you as a threat or any sort of problems, and Kalan didn't stop for it and cause any issues to potentially have any dismay over it or any sort of issues. So continued to move through. Burrow has been of no help during the actual setting up camp. Burrow has kind of fallen asleep a little bit and then woken up when the wagon stopped, had climbed off of the wagons, and then had slowly begun to pull things out. Upon Timothy helping and Kalan furthering getting stuff out of the wagons, Burrow had just walked into the actual enclosed space of the wagon and had fallen asleep within there somehow. So Burrow is not being much of help, but Timothy is put to the task, and that's where the mind is going. It helps them kind of cope with what there is, and Kalan is business as usual getting there. So you all can help out with this, getting things set up. You also can do your own, set up your own tents if you have them, bedrolls, your own campfires if you need to, plenty of firewood. And then for those who actually have potentially like wanderer or for food getting, Kalan after this point begins to grab a climbing set and then begins to actually use it to climb up the cliffside of the overhang, potentially get onto land above in the mountainside, and actually has a bow, quiver of arrows, as well as a large bear pelt over the shoulders, and it's going to be hunting. So Kalan is actually going to be taking the time of the next hour or so before bed, and potentially going and getting some hares or a deer, right, if there's anything up there before the winter fully sets in. So you can always join if you want.
I would offer to join Kalan if she...
Okay. Go ahead and make a survival check then.
At disadvantage coming in hard.
Yep. Exhausted. So you have an 8. You're exhausted. The snow conditions is difficult, but you are being helped by, in a way, you're being helped by Kalan. So we're going to take the higher roll there, and so you're kind of working together in tandem on hunting. You're able to catch 3 hares with the bow on the run. So you're kind of scooting in them out of their dens there and getting some shots off. So you get 3 hares. You also get half a pound of these berries that grow in thickets, and they're kind of underburied. You see Kalan is shoveling away snow from them and knows exactly where they might be given the trees, how these actual bushes grow by, and so specific markers that they're seeing, and Kalan is actually digging that out. So they know you're learning from this. So potentially you surviving on these conditions without Kalan's help is going to be easier and easier to do. And so grabs the berries, grabs the hares, doesn't talk to you, doesn't say anything, just listens to the wind, the snow falling down. Kalan is always alert, looking for things, doesn't see anything, and eventually you make your way back using the climbing kit and the pittance that are already established down the overhang. Leaves the pittance and things there, just pulls the rope down using a couple different knots, and then eventually begins to clean them and cook them.
I'm gonna set up my bed a little bit further away from everybody.
Okay.
So while Kalan is cooking and cleaning and whatever, Aldor will just walk over and ask, how far in is this pass to the dwarves that you discovered? When do you think we will reach that area?
Late afternoon tomorrow.
Just want to be on guard when we get into an area where they might lay in wait.
I agree.
I'll go ahead and do my alarm spell around the most amount of camping site, and just kind of have the alarm spell with it ringing out loud in case anything wanders in.
Okay. You can set up. All right. Is anybody taking watch at all?
Yeah, I'll probably take the first one when I'll
Yeah.
like sit on top of one of the wagons just to get a little higher vantage point. But
Okay.
I'll take second after, I wake up or get out of my trance.
Okay.
Yeah, once I'll take second watch with Thanos.
Okay.
Take the third.
Okay.
I'll stay with Varys.
Okay. So, without further ado, you all are undertaking long rests. Nothing happens on your particular watches this evening, as you are this night and into the early morning, as you begin to rest up. And we get to about early. Sun is just rising. The wind continuing to howl. The snow is still falling. Temperature slightly warming now as it dropped to below zero. And the fires were kept up all night to continue the warmth throughout, making sure everyone's comfortable. The goats are there. See, feed is now being provided to the goats, and they begin to clean up the actual tents themselves, pack them up, and get ready to move on. Falon is now also seems to be wearing the actual potential of the actual hairs, the pelts of them, continuing to work with them. Can make them into certain things, showcasing that they have skills as well with tools and things, and begins to board onto the lead wagon. And after that, looks back as everyone gets settled up and packed up and gets ready to go. Just simply goes, "We're moving." And then holds out the carrot and continues to go. Burrow, still getting themselves ready to go, pushes, kind of almost falls forward, almost off the entire wagon. They begin to get going. The bleeding of goats happens and continues. Timothy is eager and alert and tired. It seems that they had nightmares in the actual night. Dark circles under the eyes, but still going. And everyone is away.
No longer exhausted, right?
You are no longer exhausted. That is correct.
So I imagine Maldor and Lucar would be walking on the middle cart, and I'm going to take very deliberate care to be on the lookout today for any signs of ambush or malfeasance.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm still sitting on the front with Kalan.
Okay.
I'm going to be on the back cart and doing the same, just keeping a lookout and having message ready to communicate.
Okay.
I'll be walking beside the front cart.
Okay. So, as the journey progresses forward, comes to the hard part of the journey. This is the ascension, right? So you're ascending. So the actual mountainsides to your left and right, the north and south, begin to enclose around. They begin to kind of work themselves down in a ripple-like effect, riddled with evergreen trees and thickets of brush. You notice there's movements, potentially mountain goats, herds of them through the brush as they begin to scamper from the movement of the wagons as they come through. And there's also shadows and things moving, wildlife, potentially birds and other sorts of critters that are lurking, maybe even small to medium-sized game. Kalan is continuing the observance and the perceptions. None of you have detected anything with your passive perceptions as you begin to make the elevation gain in the expanse of roughly 6,000 feet of movement with these. Going through switchbacks as you round up and down, you're making the climb, and this is really showcasing now the strength of the particular mountain goats. As together unified, they actually are able to pull more cargo, more weight, and faster up the actual switchbacks than a horse can. So they're actually showcasing, especially in these conditions of ice and rock and snow. So they're being nimble and footed and able to navigate through the switchbacks easier as you begin to zigzag in a way up the actual mountainside to get into the pass, where you're technically on the pass, right? But to get to a flat area and cut through the actual mountainside. The journey is harsh, it's difficult. The snow is falling, increasing, the temperature dropping, showing blizzard-like conditions as the howling wind is just penetrating your ears and causes almost like a deafening effect of what you can see. Now, if you're in the back cart, you can barely see the first cart. But eventually you get to a point where it levels off. And when it does, the bracing of the mountains are able to kind of block away for some of the wind as the wind itself begins to dampened down, as well as the blizzard-like conditions. So your actual visibility is better than it had been, making the ascension a climb. The late afternoon, you have progressed to roughly about 4 to 5 p.m., right? This is what you're kind of noticing as far as the sun, if it was breaking through the overcast. And you have reached an area that Kalan is mentioning immediately, that potentially a couple hundreds of feet or so up the actual path, as it is zigzagging with the mountainsides and cliffsides around you, kind of hugging you into a ravine-like environment, that the pass is coming up, that these creatures potentially were using, and something that they've scouted on ahead. At this point, I need everyone to make perception checks.
That's on brand.
Hey. Y'all are not helping. Oh, Tegan is. Let's go, Tegan.
All right, so Thanos with a nat 20, you yourself don't see anything as you come into a slightly opened up area from the ravinous-like things, and so you're stretching, looking in the eyes of Kalan. So that's, you're kind of mimicking the eyes. Kalan actually rolled a 23 here, so Kalan's with you in the perception checks and looking and scanning. Tegan, you have a perception of 20. You yourself don't see anything along with Thanos. Kalan, going to go and activate this particular map, as now Kalan has slowly begun to have the wagon subside, coming to a point in here. With a net 20, Thanos, you're able to see a wagon, as well as a 20 of you, Tegan, you're able to see a wagon as well, which seems to be stashed and stored, broken down with many different pieces, and now embedded into a large thump of snow. It seems to be there for quite some time. You also see tracks, potentially wagons and things entrenched in snow positions that are far more recent, leading into a switch-like mechanisms to begin to kind of bounce through, curving around, and then disappearing in a hurdle of evergreen tree backdrop, and then as well as this ascension up the northern mountainside. What becomes apparent also is that there's certain trees with the nat 20, Thanos, you're the only one able to see it. Certain trees up here, the 3 that actually run at a degree along the side there, are actually marked. The bark themselves seem to be marked with large X's with a kind of a straight line that goes through them, making a star-like shape, and they're marked on the trees to make them quite large and things. You are able to see that with the nat 20, but even with the perception of 20 and with the perception of Kalan are unable to see it. It's something that's so minute and indescribable to be able to perceive something like that at this distance, but you do. Kalan stops the actual wagons at this point, hops off, begins to kind of come towards you, Maldor, and as well as Lucar was here being on the other side, and then brings you, Thanos, as well as you, Varys, off the side. Zeph and Tegan, you most likely kind of shift over just to overhear the conversation. Mentions this cliffside here is only about 4 to 5 feet. It's kind of more like a berm, like a slope in a way, but it's filled with like rocks and things as it kind of falls downwards with snow and embedding itself. Points in the direction of north where you see the entrenched, and now kind of points it out even for those that failed their perceptions, being able to see it now and noticing that there's almost like a natural thing as it works its way through 2 cliff sides, running from 13 to 20 feet and then slowly beginning to change in elevation, increasing as well. Points in that direction. That is where I've tracked them to. I believe that they use that, these creatures.
Any idea what the wagon's from?
Could be one of ours that they've used for wood or broken down for other things. Who knows? It's been there for some time. It was one of the reasons why I was able to find it at first glance. Didn't make much attempt to hide it. If you don't pay attention, you might just skip it on the way through. You might not see it on the way through, I should say.
Should we go check this out?
We should find out and see if they've left any traps or if there's any lying in wait.
Be wary of this hill, and I'm going to point over here. The trees up there are marked.
Stops. I thought that you said that this wouldn't be a problem. Are we stopping now?
I don't believe that it will be, but I'd rather be sure. As long as we don't see any evidence that they have plans for us, we could probably move on.
Oh,
I'm gonna-
personally, I'm gonna head up to that tree with a mark and check it out.
Yep, that's where I'm going.
I'm gonna stay
I'll
with
kinda-
carriages and just keep a lookout towards away from this area to make sure there's no onlookers or weird looking wildlife on the other side.
I'm gonna do the same thing. Just kind of keep an eye out near the wagons.
Okay.
I'm just gonna go check out the cart, see if there's anything in it, if it's just old busted wood or what's going on over there.
Okay. So with those going up to the trees, so that is a climb. So that's pretty high up there. It's about 23 feet from the actual base of the road. So you're having to kind of navigate through the crooks and the handholds. I'm not going to have a check. It's not really necessary if you take your time through the footholds and handholds. But for Zeph, you with the strength of 9. Yeah, you with the strength of 9, you might need to take some extra time with it here to actually get up there. I'm not, again, no real reason to make a check. I think at this stage you're able to navigate through and get up it based on how
Damn
many
it, Thanos,
footholds.
help me.
Throw a rope down.
I don't know.
Maybe getting Thanos to help you would be wise. Now, when you come up here, Thanos, with your passive perception, right now you're seeing that the trees are a little bit more detail. And Zeph, with your passive perception, you're not far off that the trees are marked, and you get to see that detail a little bit more, forming that like star-like shape. You go to the base of like the closest tree, and at the back side of the tree is a hollowed out spot. And there appears to be large javelins that are in there. The javelins themselves are about 4 to 5 feet in length, and they are kind of fit into a groove of the tree as it's dug out, and they're kind of stashed in there like a squirrel would stash nuts.
So, I'm guessing this is the actual spot where they would ambush the caravans, and they just haven't cleared it out.
Or they don't plan to clear it out. And they're just letting us through because this was the deal. I will take one of the javelins and kind of hold it up so everyone can see that, like, there is weapons up here, but they don't appear to be here.
And can I take a closer look at like the dig out and probably even the symbol on the tree, just see if we missed anything on a glance?
Okay. You can make a perception check if you're trying to look around, see if you missed anything. You could also make an investigation check, is it's something that you're looking to do.
And can I guidance myself?
Sure.
Me.
16. So taking the active perception, you're kind of looking around, you're thumbing through things, but you're unable to see any more detail than what you've already found.
Yeah, well.
I'm gonna message Thanos and have him look for fresh tracks while he's investigating everything to see if there's been any recent movement. Because obviously there's been a pretty heavy snowfall since the last time that these dwarves were supposedly here. So if there's footprints around, that would indicate that they've had a chance to remove the things, and they haven't. So
Aye, sir. I guess I'll look around for tracks. Is that survival?
Yeah, go ahead and make a survival. While there, as you approach that wagon, see the wagon does have a burned and grain, just like the other ones, on the back end of the kind of the pickup, like bed-like area. There's a rock mining company symbol on it, but the itself is unrecognizable to what you're currently with, and as far as the caravan, the entire enclosed space has been torn, ripped apart. The wood itself has been removed. The bolts and certain things, and the screws, and maybe the nails that they use are stripped. They've kind of completely nicked it clean. In a way, they've taken things off. One of the wheels is missing. In addition, there's these marks in the wood, these large indentations of punctures, essentially like some large bolt had got thrown through them. And so you're noticing that there's kind of marks in the wood that have scratched and weathered as well as punctured by something large. A survival of 19, you begin to look for tracks. You don't see anything recent, nothing underneath the actual fresh snow layer that has fallen down. And as you're using your survival to track and making away from the trees, you find something very odd nestled within the actual ground itself. So you continue to shove, pushing past, embedded roughly 4 inches of the snowfall previously. You actually find a wooden, it's like a wooden kind of, how would I describe this to you that you would be able to? So a wooden mechanism with multiple different hinges. And as you pull it out of the ground, it kind of falls down a little bit. And there's multiple pieces that can be put together. And as you begin to look at it and try to figure it out, it seems to be some sort of weapon that can be set up. Going from what you've seen nestled within the tree, this would be a mobile ballista. Seems to be in an embedded area of the actual rock in the dirt, like they've actually dug into the rock in the dirt and they've put it into here. It takes time to get set up. You yourself don't know how to set it up. You're just kind of unfurling it and holding certain pieces of it and kind of putting the two together, what's put into the back end of the tree.
I will relay this to Zeph since he's up here. Kind of show him the mechanism. Should we destroy this?
Probably. I mean, I kind of wish we could take it with us, but we're already kind of loaded down as it is. I don't think we have any way of taking it.
All right. I'm gonna go ahead and light a torch and just drop a torch on the wood.
Okay. The wood itself seems to be pretty well sealed, as well as it's wet, so it's making it difficult to actually burn. There's also a lot of different metal pieces and reinforcements that makes it difficult as well. It'll take time to actually get this to burn, but you're eventually working on it and getting it done.
Hey, we
In
have
the meantime,
firewood, we've got javelins.
Yeah, there you go. Mulder, your investigations kind of conclude at this point, right? It's very quick, your investigations of that. And now we come to Tegan. Tegan, I need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
Oh boy.
Not good.
That doesn't sound good.
Tegan, you're starting to feel the same compulsion as you did within the actual dining hall of the Duke's Manor, in the direction of north, through the same exact paths that Kalon has pointed out that the creatures are using.
I just audibly say out loud, motherfucker.
Feel as if your stone is slightly warm, slightly aglow as well from the look of it. Timothy next to you doesn't seem to be paying too much attention. It's kind of whittling some piece of wood with a small knife.
Alright, I hop off the wagon and I say, team meeting! Everybody get your asses back here.
Hopping on over.
Did we clear out those weapons up there? There's no point in leaving them for them if they decide not to keep their bargain.
I burned the one that I found.
Before anything, Kaylin, I just want to ask, I understand taking involuntary stops is going to delay our arrival, but something's come up, and I would be inclined to ask you for time for us to handle something, if you think that it would be okay for our schedule to take a little bit of a detour. Not necessarily with the carts, but just us to leave the caravan for an undisclosed amount of time.
We have enough food and supplies that we can use a couple more days. We have to. We'll keep the mountain goats fed, Shouldn't be many creatures up here that are interested in predation, making their way down to the valley.
The main danger up here was being attacked by the Duragar, I believe.
Seems
I
that
just-
they have indeed kept their word.
I mean, I'd be willing to follow this for an hour or two, but not too long.
I just don't want to leave you here. I know you are very capable in your skills. So I just wanted to make sure you're okay with us stepping out for a little while.
Sure.
Thank you for your understanding.
In
Smile.
Tegan's head, he'll just hear my voice being like, "Okay, you need to explain this while we walk," and I'll start to head up.
Yeah, as we climb up, and everyone meets up. I pull out the stone. And I say, "This thing is like a goddamn compass. From what I understand, when parts of this is near another part of the stone, it almost activates like a beacon. It commands the holder of it to reunite it. Is what my understanding is.
Makes
And
me wonder. I'm sorry.
no, I was just saying it's pointing towards the pass.
I wonder if that it means the prince guy is nearby.
Let's go find out.
Let's be very clear on what it is we're talking about. It sounds as though we're talking about waging war on the dwarves to take the stone. We went through a lot of effort to avoid war with them. We have struck a bargain that protects
Well,
the
no.
town.
I think
If we do
at
that,
least-
that bargain is void. We are sacrificing the town for the stone.
Maldor, I am, out of all of us, the most apprehensive of this so-called prophecy that was foretold thousands of years ago. But I can tell you right now, the feeling I have that's drawing me towards this direction is truer than almost anything I've ever known. And if you and the rest of us are going to take this prophecy at face value and take it seriously, I feel this is something we must do. At least
also,
investigate it.
yeah, if it turns out to be the prince for some reason down here, then obviously we don't really act on that. But I think the main reason I personally would be interested in following up on this is maybe there's another source up here.
Maybe it's just another clue.
Yeah.
You know, it doesn't have to be the prince. Well, let's check it out. If it turns out to be them, then we leave it be.
Listen, all I know is I was sitting on the cart, the stone started glowing, and I smelled carrots. That's all. That's all I know. And I know it wants me to go north.
So you're headed on the trail?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll
Right.
volunteer to stay in the back since I like to shoot first and ask questions never.
So you all begin to leave this particular map, heading on to the trail. It begins to move through cliff sides from left to right and ranging in different sizes. Eventually kind of opens up a little bit, then gets tighter, then you continue. You're been hiking for now for half an hour to an hour of travel and have yet to really come to any sort of thing. Upon leaving Kalan as well as the other two, they begin to set up the tents again. They're bedding down, right? Getting set up for the night, knowing that, hey, we're right at that kind of point. Might as well just camp out now that we're here. And also not wanting to move the wagons if you are going to be quite late in return. With your passive perceptions, it's easy enough to hear laughter and boisterous movement coming through as the road itself begins to move, kind of shifting left and right, and then coming into that opening again after this hour of travel of hike. You can also see smoke even through the snow, as well as the wind and the overcast. There's smoke billowing up from the canopy of a certain area that's almost being revealed as you're in the lower end, going left and then coming back to, and then going back again with trees through your sight line. Eventually, you reach a point you can see through some of the trees, and you actually see that there is an encampment of some kind. And it's at this point I'm going to be dragging your tokens onto this particular map. Now, the way that this functions is that you're not here yet, but you are in an area that you're coming upon them that they don't seem to recognize you. So you're seeing them through the trees, the light as well. They make no attempt to stealth or hide where they are, what they're doing. There's large amounts of these tents with blackish kind of cloth. They're similar to the war encampment, the same tents that were there. There have fires pitched up with stone rings, fresh wood that they're burning, so the smoke is billowing. It's creating kind of effect. There's voices as they're laughing and doing different things. And you have yet to actually come upon this particular map. You're only seeing it through the trees, and you're kind of at this point that you can round around a bend here and then come upon it if you so choose. You're not noticing any shadows. The cliffside does span to your left as it opened up and continues to come back to and closing. And upon there, you don't see anything as yet. It's not really. It's not seem that they might have sentries or other sorts of patrols of this place. But they're not hiding whatever it is that they're doing, which mainly is breaking down more of these wagons. They're just kind of tearing them apart and breaking them down.
I'll look at the group and be like, yeah, I gotta side with Maldor. I don't think we want to mess with them, Tegan. The stone isn't worth sacrificing the village.
Do I get the feeling that the draw to the stone is somewhere in the encampment?
Further past. Continuing down the trail.
I mean, I don't think they'll attack us if we're just passing by, and that's all I'm proposing. We're not attacking anybody. We're just investigating.
I feel like they will attack us if we pass by.
Our deal is tenuous at best. If they see us, it would probably we'd be on shaky ground to start with.
I mean, I can go invisible and keep walking and see what I find.
Just remember, every step forward we take, we must take it back to the carts. How much time do we want to invest in this?
Indeed, we are also leaving them unprotected.
Yeah. I just don't think this is a good idea.
Is there any way to make some sort of check to like triangulate a position of where I feel it drawing me towards, or is it literally just like north?
It's just a feeling that you feel is when you walk on this trail, when you walk north, you feel sated.
And how long did you say we walked up?
Half an hour to an hour. Not very far.
Yeah, I
You're
mean,
kind of jaunting.
time-wise, at least, I'm personally willing to go a little bit longer. Like I was saying earlier, maybe an hour or two, but that'd be about my limit personally.
So here, I'll lay it out, right? We continue forward. Say we go, I mean, obviously this Stone Fist is here. It feels like we're walking back up to the prince. So we go to there, and then what? We take his stone from him?
No, if we even get to their actual settlement, we just turn back, because we're not taking anything from the prince.
The thing is, we have to sneak past all of these people.
There are forked paths in front of us. If we move forward, we go to war. If we turn around, we do not. If we go to war, the village is destroyed. Those are your options. Don't try and sugarcoat it or make it any prettier than it is. These are the things that you are weighing. Own that.
Well, we're also assuming they're going to attack. If the prince was even slightly honest, and as far as we know he was, about not attacking, we should be fine.
Except that us showing up at his doorstep would violate everything we agreed. We agreed we would do the thing and then go away, which we have done. If we show up, he could very well change his mind.
We could have asked him.
What for? What's the point? What are we getting out of this?
We just tell him we're looking at for something, but if we're breaching too close to their home, we'll turn right back.
I would like to propose a third option.
Okay.
We go back. We notate this, right? We know that in the past there's something for Tegan. Yes. We go back to Othema. We resupply, and hopefully the Lord is invested enough in the city to send reinforcements. Because at some point the dwarves are going to go back on their word. It's the thing that's going to happen. And then we come back and we can take Tegan's stone.
Yes, I am. If we ever find that they have been dishonest or not kept up their end of the bargain, I will be the first one to march in there and destroy them all myself. But I gave my word that this would be a peaceful exchange, and I will not break that, not for anyone.
I just don't see the point. We don't even know what Tegan gets out of getting the stone.
The last time a dragon fell on his head.
Listen, Maldor, I respect your sense of honor, and I appreciate it more than you know. And Varys, I understand where you're coming from. I am a critical thinker, and I know that this isn't necessarily a good idea. It's high risk with an unknown reward. I don't know why.
If it's high risk with an unknown reward, that means we don't do it.
I know.
That's
And
how planning works.
I know. I appreciate it's. I can't give a clear opinion because no matter what, I'm going to be biased.
I'm not against coming back. I'm just saying this time, I think it's a bad idea.
I know.
Because, so if we do go in there, we're going in for war. We can't leave any dwarves behind, because if we leave dwarves behind, then the town suffers, and that town has suffered enough at our hands as it is.
Well, the part I'm unclear about this whole conversation is everyone seems to be assuming that if we go past them, it automatically means conflict.
You remember what happened the first time?
This is pretty much how it's always going.
That was also before we had an agreement.
Wasn't
They don't like us, and half of them don't even know who we are. How do we know these guys know about the agreement?
Well, if the prince is any kind of prince, he would have sent word pretty fast.
That's what I'm saying. You're assuming these things you don't know.
And you're assuming he hasn't. You're
what
assuming
was the agreement?
To not attack the caravans and leave the humans alone, unless they initiated conflict.
Well, we are not with a caravan. We are not in the town. And we are approaching them.
Strictly speaking, we're going past them. But why I was proposing we literally just talk to them.
And we're leaving the caravan unguarded too. Our whole job was to protect that. Our job is not to come over here.
I mean, I don't know what we would talk to them about. We know what we're after.
I know,
and
that's
anyone
why
who
I'm
has
saying,
it isn't going to give it up. So what are we going to ask them? There's nothing to ask.
The whole thing I'm trying to make sure we're clear on is that we don't have to assume there's going to be aggression if we decide to go continue looking. We can always ask them. We don't have to assume.
Okay, my question is, what are we getting out of this? I don't get the point. What are we getting out of this?
Oh, Varys is right. We need to just go.
I mean, I'm not debating that part. If we want to go back, we'll go back. I'm just trying to disillusion the whole. If we continue, it automatically means battle. I don't see any reason to assume that.
And picking a side, we no matter how I feel about the situation, this isn't smart. We have enough shit on our fucking plate to deal with and deal with all this stuff. I
Okay,
get
well,
it.
let's go
As you're
then.
having your conversation, Shadow picked up passive perception, running through your all passive perceptions here. Thanos, you're the only one who's able to see them. Seems to be a gray dwarf, Urugar, position up here. The horn begins to blow it, stretching and looking. Even around the bend is able to see you at the high elevation, blowing the horn. And shifting in the actual camp begins to happen, and a figure makes way as well as they begin to assemble themselves slightly, coming to attention of something encroaching upon their encampment. This individual is someone you've actually seen before. As you stretch looking through the trees, it is indeed Malrum Flamebelch, character you've actually encountered before, back into the actual pass. Someone that had laid down weapons and certain things on the conversation with Voltac. So that is a familiar character to this. As the horn is blown, they aren't pressing or pushing, beginning to yell out at the one of the cliffside who's beginning to kind of relay, so round down, yelling out in a language that is, I believe, none of you understand, if I recall correctly, beginning to yell out, pointing in the direction of all of you down the trail. They do not make any way. They're just holding their weapons and shields out, and they're just stretching. And again, they're looking through the trees, and they're stretching and looking their perceptions and things, but no one seems to be advancing towards you down the trail.
So there's the guy we know, right?
Oh yeah, you see Malrum Flamebelch.
Yeah, we're guessing.
That is a figure that you have seen before.
All right, Tegan. Let's see what we can do then. And I'll slowly approach the camp.
Okay.
And just say we were looking for the lost wagons that the caravan lost, but if y'all have taken them, then we will leave y'all be.
So you're pushing through the trees, maybe even using the trail as you round around, eventually getting towards the map. And none of you, don't have to press forward if you don't want to. So Varys is going. Who else is going forward?
I'll go with him.
Okay.
Thanos is going to hide in the trees.
All right, roll stealth.
Thanos is not hidden
Okay.
in the trees.
Thanos fell out of the
He's hiding behind a thin tree.
Anybody else?
Keegan, I guess we're in it at this point, so he's gonna walk up, hands up, and just be like, same thing, just like mean no harm, look about as non-threatening as possible, just passive.
Okay.
Yep, same here.
Okay.
The least threatening thing I can do is just stay the fuck away.
Kind of moving forward, getting into a little bit of positions here. So they're kind of moving themselves away from fires and certain things. They're kind of fanning out. Not formations or anything.
Tegan's gonna take point and talk to Flamebelch and say, sorry for the misunderstanding. Obviously, we mean you no harm. We have a standing agreement. We did not realize an encampment would be this close into the valley. We apologize. We'll be taking our leave if there are no further squabbles.
Your friend said you were looking for missing wagons. Looks towards Varys.
Yeah, there was a wagon at the front of the pass, so we're looking to see if there was any survivors from previous caravans.
There are none.
Then we shall take our leave, if you will allow it.
Sniffs the air. Go.
Right? And I will make my way back.
Give your prince our regards. Tell him we'll be leaving this area and both sides of the agreement shall hold true for our sakes and yours.
My sake.
I don't respond. I walk away.
Chuckles.
Just a quick question, just for future reference. Is this an area we should stay away from? Is this like y'all's area? Or
It's this clan Stonefist territory.
oh yes. Okay. Okay. Just good to know.
Okay, you all begin to leave.
Yep.
Heading back down, so another hour or so of travel. Go ahead and advance the time clock. Eventually, you all begin to make your way down
That
the
was
trail
almost
itself.
really bad.
See, the tents are pitched up. Camp has been kind of made with certain things
I'll
by
head
the
to
three individuals.
Yeah,
Before
I'll
we
head
get
to
into-
Kalan.
Before we get into anything else, we're
Okay.
going to go ahead and take a break. So we're going to go ahead and take a
Sounds
10-minute. We're going to take a 10-minute break here. So we'll come back at 1:55 p.m. PST. So if you're watching the stream, thanks so much. Really appreciate it. And we will be back to see more of the ill-fated.
If we were really
Yay!
ill-fated, we would have got attacked right there.
That's true.
I mean, it was close.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't think it was that close.
I thought for sure I was going to get a crossbow bolt in the back of the head when I said, and yours.
Literally every time I've ever talked to those dwarves, we ended up killing 24 of them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, but
Alright.
again, that was before the agreement.
Welcome back. If you're joining and watching, thanks so much. Ill-fated, appreciate it. And we are back into our howling wind ambiance. The wind just never ceases. Honestly, one of the sound for me, I can listen to the howling wind just like nonstop. I think it's very comforting. But
Really?
so eventually, you make your way from the trail, traveling for that hour or so down the trail, having a conversation maybe amongst yourselves about what just happened further a little bit. And as the tents circus they've been pitched up, the fire's been made, there's smoke billowing in this area as well, and they're kind of getting themselves nestled down right for the night so that they can rest and potentially make their descent in the next day, right? Continue to go through the pass and then make their descent. So eventually you kind of arise and you make your way through. Kalan spots you after kind of moving from the south end of this particular map. Hasn't climbed or scaled or anything, just gets into position from these like trees here and hops down from that side of the cliff, which is roughly 13 feet or so off of a small rope that they have, using it as a potential area to watch, right? They're just been kept watch and things. And immediately approaches you all, right, on your way down to the actual wagons, down to the place, and just stops. What did you find?
There is a group of the Stonefist clan up there, but they don't mean to attack, it seems. But I would keep watch through the night just to make sure. But it seems like they do want to hold up their end of the bargain.
Then I suppose we'll make sure the fires stay low and there won't be any sort of smoke billowing that they can easily find us. They know where this is at, but perhaps they assume that we moved on from here.
Sounds good.
All right. Continues and makes way. Tend to the goats. Steven's here.
What
Hello.
What's up?
Not dead yet.
How's the birthday party?
What you expect from a 1-year-old?
Yeah, 1-year-old birthday parties. Just watch them devour or try to eat a cake, and then they get really upset because they get tired because it's only been like an hour. Usually they
And then nap time.
and then it's nap time, right? So much sugar and crazy excitement. Are you gonna be logging in to Foundry? Do you have a possibility of that?
Yep, I'm doing it right now.
Oh, okay. Wow. Right on. Got a laptop?
iPad.
An iPad?
Yeah.
I'm surprised. It's interesting. It lets you log in. Hopefully it goes through okay. Logging
That seems to
with
work fine.
Okay. Okay. Well, that's good. Sometimes on remote devices it has problems. So, or mobile devices say. Okay, so you all are here. I'm gonna go ahead and drop down your token, Ukar. I don't aim for you to be able to move your token in certain things, so we'll pop. Being on an iPad without a mouse and keyboard, you come to it. If you need to move your token, I can do it and do certain things as well. So, given that, bringing that news to Kalan continues to go about her business, right? Which is making sure the goats are tended to, everything's kind of packed down in supplies, and really now it's just about waiting out the night. The temperature begins to drop now, the sun is setting, and the snow itself flowing down.
I would like to approach Kalan and ask her if she has family in or around the Marshes of Unveiling.
Okay. Kalan currently working on giving the goats some feed. Just looks up to you. No, I don't.
I'm gonna just give her a nod, and I will help her feed the goats.
Roll an animal handling check.
Figured that was coming.
Roll a d4. You lose that many fingers.
All right. Go ahead and roll a d10 for me.
I was joking. This is happening.
I should have just talked to him, dude. Should just talk to the goats, you know?
One of the goats, attempting to feed, pouring it down, nibbles at your hand. Take 3 points of piercing damage.
Oh my god.
Fair.
That's a strong ass goat bite. These mountain goats are no fucking joke.
Can I cast Speak with Animals on that goat?
Sure. Are you ritualizing or just casting outright?
Oh no, I'm just outright casting it to tell it that it's a dumbass.
Fuck you, bro. Give me my goddamn food, bitch.
I like you. I'm gonna make sure you live through this trip.
Oh, yeah. You make sure I live, eh?
I will give it some more feed.
I'll eat your cold ass corpse on this frozen mountain.
Hey Maldor, you might get along with this goat.
Have you named it?
Do you have a name?
No.
I'm gonna name you Maldor Jr.
Beautiful.
Continues to eat food.
So like when we're sitting there, what do we hear from Thanos? Is he just like talking like
Double birds.
Oh man, I love that so much.
I feel like I'm like sitting next to like Varys and Zeph looking at this and just going, are we sure we want to keep this guy around?
He's talking to a fucking goat. What's cooler than that?
Magic, man. Magic.
Is he though?
Hey, this goat said it was gonna eat my corpse. I'm just throwing it out there, guys.
Let's
you wouldn't want
Sure
to.
it did, buddy. Sure it did.
All right.
Okay.
So I'm gonna set up my bedroll camp spot, whatever. Like, actually, right up here.
Okay. Getting yourself set up.
I'm
right
going to
there.
express my disappointment that none of you had gone out of your way to find out if Flame Belch could actually belch flames.
We almost.
Finally had another opportunity. Wandered it.
You just missed it.
Probably would have turned into combat with Lucar there, though.
Honestly.
We're barely keeping this team under wraps as it is.
Maldor was foaming at the mouth when he approached us, so I could see him.
What do you mean? Maldor was like, absolutely not. We don't fight these guys.
So
I mean the other Maldor. I mean,
Yeah, that's why I stayed
Shadow
back.
Maldor.
Like flip a
goat
coin.
was foaming at the
We're
mouth.
not. We're not gonna fight. I will kill all of you.
That was Maldor Prime said that he didn't want to fight, but
Maldor,
Dark.
does your roommate have a name?
None that I know of.
You ever asked him?
I try not to talk to him.
That's fair.
Rather unpleasant.
I don't know, man. Maybe if you guys became friends, he'd be less of an asshole.
Perhaps.
I don't know. Just some insight.
Do you feed him regularly? You got to make sure you feed your friends.
He is sated when he gets to kill something. If he goes too long without that, he becomes rather unbearable.
well, he should be good then.
We've gone almost a whole day.
He's all right for the moment. He hasn't tried to kill any of you yet, so that's a good sign.
Well, anyway, I'm turning in. Who wants to take first watch?
I'll go ahead and do that.
Okay. Taking
take
watches at this
second.
point. Okay.
Yep.
After my trance, I'll take third.
I'm gonna set up the alarm spell in the pass if I can, like at the opening
trail.
of the pass.
Yeah, the trail thing they have. Okay, sounds good.
I'm gonna set up my bedroll in this wagon, kind of under the tree, trying to get nestled in where I can make some heat.
Okay. Sounds good.
I'm just with everybody else in the main encampment.
Okay. All right. So who's on third watch?
Me.
So, Deegan, you're on third watch. At this stage, with your condition, you're still slightly tired. I will say everyone has undergone a long rest. I don't think it's truly necessary. I don't think anybody's used much of anything here or anything at all. But you're still a little tired. You're kind of arised and wakened by the previous watch. At your posting here, everyone seems to be asleep. Fires are dimly lit, almost going out at this point, so there's not really any smoke or light or anything being generated, especially with the tents and the fires pitched inside. Thanos does need those 3 points back, that's for damn sure. You, in your watch, faintly hear this. Coming in the northern direction, as well as the thunderous crash of trees.
Okay.
As you hear it, you stand up, you look in the northern direction. You don't see anything besides darkness or crashing of trees.
Like
So-
these are insanely loud, like trees being toppled over and stuff.
Not loud. It's faint. Again, you have the howling wind. You have snow falling down. You just faintly hear this. You faintly hear a roar of some kind, some trees shifting and moving, cracking, right? And it goes on for minutes, and then nothing.
In my head,
For
Go
you,
ahead.
on your watch, you're there and you know. Now, Thanos, you trance. Thanos, with your passive perception, you hear this as well.
With my passive, if I could hear that, can I hear Thanos kind of wrestling in his cabin? Or his little hut thing majigger he's got going on.
You wouldn't know that. I mean, Thanos is underneath that, cuddled for warmth. Didn't really have a fire. Maybe built a little snow cave underneath there, right? Getting some insulation. But you're at this current state. You're in your position. Thanos is in their position. You're both just hearing relatively the same things. You are muted right now.
I'd go ahead and poke out and see, make sure everyone here is okay,
Okay.
and see if Tegan or anyone else reacted.
I mean, I'm definitely standing up, looking towards the past, kind of visibly, like, on edge. I don't know. Is he walking into the light at this point?
Yeah, I mean, he's not in the light per se. You probably would see maybe the shuffling of snow, so like the steps of snow moving, and maybe as well as coming out. But technically, Thanos, you are invisible.
Invisible. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, well, seeing that coming from the wagon, I'd send a message to him, wherever the hell he is, being like, "Are you walking around right now?"
Yeah, that's me. I'm gonna talk out loud and I'm gonna come into the light. I'm guessing you guys have a fire somewhere over here.
So you heard that shit too?
I did. If you want, I can go check it out. Does your sending allow me to respond to you over distances?
Yes.
Okay, do you want to start waking people up so that way we can go if it is what we think it is? And I can use the darkness to go check it out?
Is Kaylin awake? Was anything that happened awaken her?
Kalan has yet to make way out of the tent, still with the mountain goats inside of there. Sleeping. Kalan is technically in trance. Most likely has heard it as well, but has yet to come out.
Yeah, I'll start waking up the party at least, and try to see what we want to do here in this situation. Obviously, I'll just be like, listen, I heard Thanos and I heard a loud roar, some trees presumably falling over, maybe snapping. It's hard to hear with the wind, but I just managed to pick it up towards the northern pass. One can only assume, but due to the information we've got in our previous encounters, I think something big just attacked that dwarven camp.
Good riddance.
Kalan at this
We should
point comes
probably-
out, sees you all kind of talking a little bit now, being awake, and approaches up the berm, slides through. But seems like I'm not the only one that heard that.
Do you think we should go?
We move, we'll be spotted. We can put out the fires. They're pretty much already out.
I think it's best. We don't want to meddle in the affairs of the dwarves and or whatever's down there. We have a responsibility to get these things to Thema, and I think it'd be best if we just avoided any conflict.
Yeah, I was not suggesting we go and fight this thing. I was suggesting we either leave or just bunker down.
Though, and maybe this is the new guy talking, it is a little weird that you were pulled in that direction and then the dragon attacked that direction.
It's quite weird.
Well, the dragon does seem to be drawn towards these stones. Presumably.
Which means even if we
Michael-
run, we're probably next.
We chased him off once.
Out of character. When obviously I saw the Duke Stone and the Prince of Stone, did they seem to be relative in size to mine, or seem like a smaller portion compared to my original stone?
They both looked very similar to your original stone.
In size and consistency.
In size and shape and consistency.
I mean, if we're going off that notion that it can have some way to track them. If that's what just happened, we need to get moving. I mean, obviously, Kalan, I trust your instincts, and to hunker down for a while and let it pass would probably be a better idea. But I think we should definitely, in the meantime, prepare ourselves to start moving again.
We can get early. We can early rise and move using some of the darkness, but creatures that hunt in the night, they look for movement or sound. Just simply not move, and most likely we'll just pass without knowing we're here.
If it is drawn to the stones, we just count ourselves fortunate it's attracted to the other one at the moment. I imagine the dragon will have a hard time getting himself down there in a quick manner.
I think we should just hunker down.
All right, I'll calm the goats down, and
Well,
put out the
just-
rest of the fires.
Yep.
Just let us know when you feel it's safe.
I'll be awake. Maybe a couple more hours, so it'll still be dark. And then we'll move.
Sounds good.
It's back into the circus-like tent, encompassing the wagons.
I mean, I just lean over to Thanos and I say, judging by that, I mean, dragons are known to be perceptive. I don't think it would be necessarily a horrible decision to go check it out, but I think it's best if you stay here.
I will defer to your guys' judgment. It was simply an offer. But if we're going that route, I'm going to go up on one of these hillsides and get a better vantage in case it does rise into the air.
Okay.
That'll kind of go to this north mountain and start trying to climb up.
Yeah, that cliffside there. Climbing up and getting some distance there. Sure.
Michael, when Halu's house was destroyed and the dragon was approaching, obviously there was physical signs I saw. Was there any sort of that draw type of feeling when the dragon approached Stone?
There was nothing that you felt. There's still a slight compulsion to press north, but beyond that, there's nothing else that you felt or anything that was there. You couldn't hear anything as far as what was heard, and then your sight line as well. Even if you managed to see the sky, it's too dark to be able to make out anything.
Okay. Yeah, then I guess I'll just hunker down.
Further ado, advance the time clock. Early rising, about 5 o'clock is right. Dim light of the light as it begins to slowly move, still in the darkness per se. Not enough for your invisibility to really count. Then Kalan packing away is already packed up. Everyone's ready to go. And they begin to move. They are making their way down
Making a way.
the road. Making the way down. Walking fast. Alright. So as you begin to make your way, let me also ping the stream view so they can see the actual map here. The wind continues, and eventually the openness of the area, kind of the ravines, right, it continues to open up. It definitely seems like on the opposite side, or at least just on that level of elevation gain once you reach it, it begins to open more so to the north and south, right? It just continues to open up and eventually kind of shrinks down into that ravenous-like state as you begin to now go more towards the south in switchbacks. You kind of go south a little bit. Now you're coming into switchbacks. You're going back and forth. And even with the snow falling very slightly and the wind and things, you notice that in the valley, you can see many miles outstretching before the backdrop of the snow really accumulates and your vision becomes blurred at that distance. It's a large, expansive, flat area with evergreen trees, thickets, rocks, and other formations, and also a little bit of degree of change. But beyond that, it's relatively flat. There isn't much to be seen here at all. Just an expansive wilderness that seems to be yet to be tamed, and no real shelter, resources, or anything that would be able to be used to call home. As you come through the switchbacks, you're actually using the southern mountainside primarily for this, as it begins to kind of ingrain into like a rampart-like style, as then it comes back around and further into the rampart-like style, and you're continuing to make your way down at the base into the valley. This journey itself is tedious, it's long. This is where the challenge potentially of the journey comes, is you're having now to slow down the actual wagons themselves, as they're quite heavy, and the mountain goats are doing the best they can. There are little kind of levers on the left sides of the drivers where essentially a handbrake-like mechanism where they're kind of tempering it down, and you're hearing the potential steel or iron into the axles of the wheels in attempts to slow them down so they aren't going too fast and then running off of the actual side of the mountain. From a visible perspective, you don't see anything. Your eyes most likely are on the sky. You're looking for anything to note that would tell you of what you've heard in the night, something that would call to you, but you don't see anything. Nothing moving at a fast velocity, no changes in the sky. There's no sounds of wing beats. You're not seeing anything that would declare that anything around you really. You do see critters, right? Small, medium-sized game, small birds, right? Nestling within the trees that dot the mountainside. And occasionally there's a small pack of wolves, right? Lower end wolves. They don't pay you any attention at all. They're really just moving through the trees, aimed potentially on a hunt of some kind, right? Being early in the time. And the hours and the hours and the hours pass by. Now the journey itself reaches a point of this destination where you feel like you're to the south side of Lake Kiff, right? So this area itself does not have any trees. It does not have any thickets growing on it, and it's just this essentially an occlusion spot where there's just nothing up top of it. And Kalan even points that out. That's what that is, and it's surrounded by thickets and other brambles that use the water as well as the nutrients that are inside of that underwater area. Now the road, as you came into the valley, has leveled off. The journey itself is quite easy at this stage, and you're bordering the evergreen trees, the woods that are actually growing from the south mountainside as they're pouring into the valley. You're making your way nearby them. You're using them like a guide, right? Because there's not really a road or even a trail, really, right? There was a sign back a few ways that's embedded into snow as Kalan hopped off and shuffled down to make sure that, we're on the right track. But beyond that, you're just using the forest as a guide. So it's a very treacherous journey, but in the sense that you don't know really like where's what or what is, but just going off of the natural geography and the certain things, it can be easy to navigate in that regard. I'm going to go and activate you into a scene. As you've reached this part of the journey, I'm going to advance the time clock as well to signify this change. And okay, am I lagging? All right, I gotta refresh. 1 second. Just trying to change the scene. It wouldn't let me. All right. At this point, with perceptions, I'm also going to be moving certain tokens around here because, Zeph, you are here, here, Tegan here, Mulder, you want in the middle, Thanos up front. Okay, so you've reached this stage on the road where you're bordering the trees, and they're quite thick. Right, so they're growing very much thick. These small saplings and these other kind of pushing of the growth. Right, so many of these trees aren't really the height of what they could reach. Averaging maybe 12 to 16 to 18 feet, but they do group themselves together quite a lot. Only a few of them are actually going to survive potentially through the years, right? But they're growing and kind of competing for light and space. The thickets and brambles underneath them and the underbrush create a very thick kind of camouflage. Kalan immediately stops. With the passive perception, Thanos here at the stage, you actually will be able to see this through the actual thickets and trees. And then Varys, just simply because you're on the lead, you see this. Now the rest of you are kind of stopped. You're looking through the trees. You're doing the best you can to perceive why Kalan has stopped. Well, Kalan has stopped purely because there is a wagon up ahead that seems to be crumpled and broken and smashed into the actual earth and the ground. And Kalan sees this, and there's also other sorts of things that would indicate problems up ahead. So Kalan has stopped it. Also, kind of stretches and looks and mentions to you, Varys, as well as you, Thanos, there's trees that are toppled as well. And kind of pulls out the bow, reaching into the actual window space, pulls out a bow and then a quiver, right, and begins to put the quiver to the side and has the bow there and just kind of maintains position and doesn't move. Burrow speaks.
Uh,
Why are you stopping? Why are you stopping?
What?
Why are we stopping?
Guess we're probably in danger.
Oh,
Do I see any tracks?
roll survival.
I spy a giant hole.
With a 9, nothing as far as tracks. The road, it's not really a road, by the way. This is just a description of like where it would go in a way to help you kind of showcase that. And you don't see necessarily any tracks at this distance. You're trying to do the best you can. For you, with a survival check of 9, you would know that the wagon, in the way the snow is built up around it, that it's been here for a few days.
I'll look towards Colin, or yeah, I think that's her name. I don't know why I keep messing it up. And be like, "What do you suggest we do?"
Investigate and see if we can press forward. This is what I would suggest.
Well, let's do that then, and I'll hop off
Fan out. Be alert.
and tell Maldor that looks like that wagon got crushed. And
I would
point it
like
out
to investigate the wagon.
Okay.
I would like to investigate the hole.
All right, go ahead and roll investigation, Thanos.
Oh, that's my worst stat.
So Thanos, you see that the actual chests and other sorts of things that the wares would be located in, they're still there. Chests themselves, some of them are smashed just by impact. The axles of the wheel have actually snapped and kind of the wheels have like propped up. You notice there's a crate potentially of wine and other sorts of things that have been strewn about, and the glass itself embedded into the snow. As you're digging through, you find it, leaving red stains within the permafrost of that wine. Beyond that, the wagon itself doesn't have any occupancy. There doesn't seem to be any people, nothing in here per se, but no one had taken anything out of here. Zeph, as you approach the hole, I need you to make an investigation check or perception.
Perception. I'll guidance myself too. Yeah, not that very good.
Okay. Noticing the trees themselves kind of pull around it, this hole, as they seem to be uprooted, the trees, just easily able to get even with the 10 perception. And when you come to the base, you're kind of looking a little bit down, doing the best you can. There's a deep rumble within the earth, and I need you to make a dexterity saving throw.
Zeph gets swallowed.
Oh, wait. Sorry. Well, hold on. It would have been the same either way, so.
Okay, I'm going to move you 10 feet back as you dive out of the way as the ground underneath you erupts as a creature explodes out of the ground, penetrating through at the exact same space with its mouth gaping open as it stands too tall and impressive, this creature.
Boy. I should not have checked out the hole.
As it comes outwards, its large body is vaporizing the air around it. The snow and the ice are melting as it comes out. Large fans and appendages of insectoid-like chitinous shell. The heat around it is intense. The fins-like mechanisms appear to help it burrow with tiny little spikes and also these kind of legs that help it kind of unfurl itself. It's still using the main hole, but now it's broken a little bit more, and much of its body is still in that hole. It actually only has about 20 to 25 feet of its upper body above. At this current state. It has two large insectoid-like eyes, appear to be compound, many different other sorts of stimuli, organs that help it perceive, and it's making a series of click sounds as it comes up. It stretches and looks down towards you and continues to click. It seems as at this distance the heat doesn't affect you, but the snow around it within 5 feet is melting and vaporizing away directly into water. Immediately, the goats are bleeding, they're freaking out, they're pulling themselves around. Burrow falls off the wagon, topples down into the snow.
Don't break something.
And everyone to roll initiatives.
Hey. Oh.
Hey, we rolled some good initiatives.
The second that thing comes out of the ground, Tegan is screaming bloody murder. What the fuck is that thing?
Can you move me up by Varys, by the way?
Right there?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, anytime you need to be moved, anytime you want to do something, you just state it. I can move you in certain things there.
Okay,
so
cool.
It looks like you got your initiative roll.
I can do most of the stuff. I just can't target or
Yeah.
or move.
Okay. Okay. I can do most of the stuff, but I can't target or move. Like that was really funny. The way you just in my mind, I was like, "Wait, that's a lot there."
Hey,
That's
if
super
you
funny.
need a perception check, you let me know.
I mean, you probably could target. I mean, you do have the thing in the toolbar in the upper left.
The thing in the toolbar. What?
I always roll so bad on initiative, dude.
I only roll halfway decent because I have a +7, so I feel you.
Well, I have
Oh,
a
no.
+5, and I still roll the 2.
I just wasted
Or-
a nat 20 on initiative.
I knew you did. You got it though. Okay, so Kalan, Burrow, and Timothy have been rolled their initiatives for this particular engagement. They are grouping their initiatives, so they're going off of what Kalan rolls simply because they're in order within the caravan itself. Kalan immediately has the bow at the ready. Burrow falls off, for the mountain goat's bleeding and pulling upon the reins, so he's not strong enough to hold on. Timothy's racing and kind of holding in the back, doing the best they can. Most likely, they will have to make checks, animal handling checks, to get these mountain goats in line and attempt to move them. Fortunately, Burrow is off, and Timothy's behind, slightly stuck, with thickets to the left and trees to the right.
Did
Luke
not
Hart.
roll initiative?
You did not. I don't
Yep.
see you on here.
I definitely rolled it, but I guess it didn't do it.
I don't see any roll from you for initiative in
Yeah,
the chat
well, no,
line.
I clicked it, but I guess it didn't actually roll it.
Yeah, we got you now. 15 is what you got there. So, Luke Hart, you're up round 1. What do you want to do?
Stab it.
All right, stab it. So it looks like you're trying to move, which is good. So you're just going to run up.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to move
Yeah, my
you.
iPad exploded.
Okay.
Okay.
So I'm gonna move you. So just use it so you can see. That's all I need you to do, because then
Okay.
you can guide me. So I'm gonna move you. This is your movement in a direct line to the creature, so 30 feet.
Good for me.
Okay. Are you gonna be doing anything else? So that's
Close
your
enough
movement
to
of 30 feet.
stab.
You're not close enough to stab. You'd have to dash up to the creature to do so.
Mm.
But and then
Okay,
you
let's
wouldn't
go
be
ahead
able
and let's go ahead and mark him then. This turn and then end.
to- Okay. So Hunter's Mark and then end,
Yeah, I'll take a dodge action.
and taking the dodge is your action. Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds good. We're gonna end your turn. Alder, you're up.
Okay. So Maldor's going to take his movement. Just look like it's taking. Like, you told me to feed him. Echo's going to bust out. Take his movement. I can't tell where exactly. Is that close enough to hit him? Or do I need to go one more?
One more.
And he's going to attack.
Okay. All right, so it goes in for the first swing. An 11 is not going to land. So as you come through, kind of moves into the chitinous shell and almost hits it and kind of grazes and comes up. The heat of the creature is intense as it is. It's kind of emanating and coming outwards towards. But you're able to pull the sword back in the echo, right? And it kind of grazes into the chitin, and it seems not to do anything. But just the heat alone is sizzling and moving around it, and only kind of grazes and kind of scratches along the chitinous shell. Going in for the second strike, 25 is going to land here, dealing 12 points of slashing damage as you cut through. Now, as you cut through the chitin, it kind of releases a large vault of steam kind of outwards from the blood of the creature as it kind of instantly hits into the air. And there's actually fire damage that kind of erupts towards your echo and kind of burns and creates an uncomfortable-like thing here. This is where we come into the play of, does this actually affect your echo or not? And I'm going to make the verdict that it does, simply because it's damage that would otherwise be dealt to anything in the vicinity. So 8 points of fire damage is dealt to your echo as it takes the fire, kind of gets hit by it from the steam with a large blast, and dissipates.
Yep, that'll end my turn.
Okay. Thanos, you're up.
Let's see. Where do I want to go there?
I recommend not getting any closer than you have to.
So I'm going to move my 20 feet. So that puts me within 30. Yes. I am going to bonus action Hunter's Mark. And I am going to take all my attacks.
Okay. All right, 25 is going to hit. 9 force, so 13 total points of damage. You land upwards towards the one's eyes, just in the lower pit of its mouth, and now raises its jaws, revealing large razor-sharp teeth. And it grinds and moves, continues to click outwards, enraged.
Okay. I'm gonna attack again. Ugh.
14 is going to miss as it does. It skits onto its chitin shell and does not penetrate through as the bolt goes there. I do want to also recognize that both of the bolts are vaporized. They're caught in flame, melted, even if they're metal.
Oof. Okay, I should still have one more attack because first round, so I'm just gonna take the attack.
Okay. 26 does hit. Does a total of 9 points of damage, this time landing towards the central body of its upraised, kind of lands into maybe a split of the actual shell, thuds in.
And then I'm going to... I'm gonna move back to where I was. I should have the 10 bonus from first round, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, that's 40 feet, so I'll end my turn there.
Okay. Ending your turn, we now come to the creature's turn.
Why do I have to be here?
As the creature is making a series of clicks, looking left and right, the thunderous stomping of the goats, particularly the one of the middle actual wagon, now unbridled, unreined, begin to pull, thundering and snapping, bleeding multiple, and without calm, the creature dives down into the earth. Now, with Hunter's Mark, you have advantage on any wisdom, perception, or survival check to find the creature. So you essentially have marked it, and so you're kind of you're able to understand that the creature has burrowed. The deep rumble within the actual earth of the creature and its movement is quick and fast. As it does, it seems to emerge itself, penetrating through the actual earth, swallowing up the central middle wagon and burrow in its mouth. As it does, it comes up, burrow no longer seen, and as well as the wagon, both of those are completely gone. It's also swallowed all of the mountain goats in addition of its large gaping mouth. You see now the wagon front and the wagon at back kind of pulled backwards as the creatures that emerged. It's about 25 feet into the air as it's come out. It simply has swallowed them whole. And you see as the wagon is kind of pulled and broken into its mouth as it kind of falls down in multiple pieces as it thrusts itself upright. That is the end of its turn.
Was Maldor Jr. on that cart?
No, he's on Kalan's card.
It's on Kalan's cart.
We haven't lost Maldor Jr. yet.
Okay.
Fine. All right. Well, I'm going to upcast Moonbeam.
Okay.
Well, not
Damn.
take that yet, but
Yeah, nothing till the start, but yeah.
yeah. And nope, but I will roughly here, and that'll be my turn.
All right, Tegan, you're up.
Question: if I forego my turn in this round of initiative, can I push my initiative to be after Thanos?
You can only hold your action, so you can't do your movement or your bonus. If it was somebody maybe later in the actual round and not at the start of round 2, then that would be something different. I would consider that. But because you want to go higher up in the initiative order, but sublet your turn now, I would only take a held at that point.
Okay, in that case, just one second, I gotta check something. I'll definitely hold my action until after Thanos' turn is over. Is that a possibility?
Yeah, you can hold it. I mean, is there something specific you're wanting to declare, or?
Yeah, from where I'm standing, once Thanos' turn is over, I'm going to cast Hypnotic Pattern on the creature.
Okay.
Can I hold on? I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. I'm just like trying to figure this out. Does cutting words have to be right before I cast a spell, or is it like section 60 feet? Here's you.
So the first thing is that cutting words, if you attempted to use that, you have to, that has to be a creature that you can see, right? And also something that you're attempting to distract, right? That's kind of the idea behind it. It is going to, be for you if you're using it in terms of your Bardic Inspiration, right? So you can use your reaction to expend one of your uses of Bardic Inspiration. So it's a reaction. So you can take your reaction whenever you want. Once, right? So you can say, hey, I want to use my cutting words as a reaction, and then you can use your hypnotic pattern as you hold your action to declare it that I'll use hypnotic pattern after the end of Thanos' turn. That's something you can do. You can use your cutting words before that as a reaction.
Okay. I'm going to.
Yeah. So what you're attempting to do is you want to make it so it has to roll your Bardic Inspiration die and subtract that from its roll against your hypnotic pattern.
Yes. So I had to reread everything because I'm not stone on the wording, but I'm going to come here. I'm going to use unsettling words on it, so it subtracts that die on its next saving throw.
Okay.
The
there we
only
go.
problem is if you're holding hypnotic pattern. If any of us else use a saving throw, attacks that it uses a saving throw, it eats up the cutting words, right?
Yeah. So so you're using unsettling words. So if you're going to be using unsettling words, right, that's going to be a bonus action. That's not the reaction there with that one. And then.
Yeah, I'm going to use the bonus action to use the unsettling words, and I'm going to hold my action hypnotic pattern after Thanos goes.
So yeah, you'd have to use your unsettling words now to get that out.
Yeah.
Okay.
For sure.
Okay.
So I'll use the unsettling words, hold the action, we're good.
Okay. Sounds good.
And if you guys end up using one that has a save, oh well, it's still affecting him. So it's whatever.
All right. We're now going to come to Kalan's turn then. So your movement bonus and then holding your action here. So we'll come to Kalan. So Kalan is starting off. Immediately, Kalan is taking the bow, putting it around, reaches through, grabs a small dagger, hops off, begins to cut down, taking the action, actually cutting off the goats themselves. So letting them go off of the actual caravan themselves, trying to save the animals at this point. And then takes the rest of the movement, begins to run forward into the snowbank, headed north, and slowly kind of begins to kind of move the goats, letting them go free, attempting to kind of guide them, and seems to be headed north. It doesn't say much of anything. It seems to have a fear of the face. really guided, continue to get out of there. Now we come to Timothy.
Oh, poor Timothy.
Oh no.
Timothy. I'm going to roll ahead and roll a save. All right, Timothy is paralyzed in fear. So he goes himself, start going wild, pulling, does not maintain control as Timothy is completely afraid. Bears, you're up.
Okay. Question. If I use Earth and Grasp, can it grasp a creature that large? No? Okay. That's what I thought.
They should say what the limit is.
Yeah, it's a medium-sized hand, so it's going to be able to grab. Yep.
Okay. Well, I'll shift over here to this point, and then I'll cast Catapult at level 2 on it.
Okay.
Is that just an attack roll to hit, or?
I think it's a save, but I'm not sure. Most of my attacks are saves, so I probably should fix that.
Yeah, the creature's going to be making a dexterity saving throw. If it fails the saving throw, then that hits. If it succeeds, it's just going to keep on going by. So I will be expending that die. It's a D8, right?
Yep.
All right, so it failed with the 10. Takes 20 points of bludgeoning damage as you pick up a nearby rock and kind of catapult it up towards the creature, smashing it. It kind of breaks into its face.
And then I think I used 20 feet of movement, right? Yeah. No, I used all my movement. Okay. I'll end my turn.
All right, Lucar, you are up. Round 2.
Okay. I'll dash as close as I can get and vow of enmity him.
Okay. So I'm going to put you probably on this side of it. So dashing up to that side is probably going to be the easiest freedom movement of getting there. And then you're going to be using your vow?
Yeah.
Okay. So as a bonus action, you can utter a vow enemy against a creature within 10 feet of you. Using your channel divinity, you gain advantage on attack rolls against the creature for 1 minute or until it drops to 0 points or falls unconscious. And you should be within range there. Okay?
Yep. And turn.
All right, Mulder, up.
All right, so seeing that it's moved, I'm going to take off in the other direction. Wish this thing would be still. He's going to summon the echo again.
Okay.
Oh, sure, make me hit it. How about you hit the fucking thing?
10. It's not land. Come wildly swinging across. Pulls itself back. Writhing and moving its different sort of appendages around. Coming for a 16. 16 does not land. Strikes into the chitin shell hard. With the blade rings.
Unleash Incarnation, he's going to swing again.
Okay. Net 20! Oh! There we go. Like to see it. Like to see it. 24 points of damage dealt as you come swing through. Sees the creature emanates the heat. The echo once more takes damage, but struck lethally as it stabbed directly through the blade all the way through. As it kind of plunges out, kind of sizzles and spits, catches slightly of flame. It's blood.
Yeah, that one went.
All right, Thanos, you're up.
Alright, what do you guys say we kill this thing, huh? I'm gonna step 25 feet this way, and yeah, we're just gonna hand crossbow.
19's gonna hit. 13 points of damage dealt. Landing into the side of it's almost like its neck underneath its head.
And second attack.
25 hits. 15 points of damage dealt. Another arrow towards this compound like eye.
And bonus action crossbow expert. And oh,
Nat 1. Just a bad miss. Aim maybe to get one of its other eyes, but swaying back and forth, the bolt just flies off into the distance.
that was my. Yep, I'm just gonna take my 5 feet step back and end my turn.
All right, ending turn. We now come to the creature. Go ahead and roll moonbeam damage.
Does my held action go off?
Yeah.
Forgot about that. I need an extra D10.
Yeah, it should be 2d10, I believe, right?
I had upcasted it for 3rd level, so
Okay, so 3d10.
yeah.
Okay.
Oh, did it? No, please. No.
I only got 1d10 from you. Got to manually roll it, probably. I only got
I
one.
didn't place a template, that's why I didn't roll them.
Yeah, I gotcha.
Good to go with the hypnotic pattern.
Yeah. Good to go. Oops, to save because it didn't look like it pumped out. Okay. All right. So the moonbeam strikes, dealing looks like 18 points of radiant damage to the creature. As you see, kind of the beam itself is slightly towards the head, kind of hits it and kind of begins to thunker down. Then the hypnotic pattern hits and it kind of begins to move, sidestepping left and right. But before it can actually get fully into the pattern, it seems to pull away from the beam and then falls down flat into the actual caravan in front of it. The large thunk, the creature is dead as it lands crashing into the wagon in the front, smashing the axles and certain things. It just kind of flies down into it. As it does, immediately the canvas and everything inside of it and the wood catches fire. Kind of plumes as the creature's blood drips upon it, sizzling into the air. Timothy crying, "Oh, no, 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 no," continues. Combat is over.
I'll
Sees
try
Kalan.
I'll try to go the ghost to pull the wagon away from the creature.
Tim, calm down, buddy. It's gonna be okay.
See as Kalan is still trying to catch on to the goats at this point, kind of settling him down, seeing the creature is toppled down. But 2 of the goats continue to run north, and Kalan is not fast enough. Roll name.
Can I make a perception check to see if one of them was Maldor Jr.?
Roll perception.
Definitely Maldor Jr.
One of them indeed is Maldor Jr.
I'll try running after one of them. I'm pretty fast.
I'm going to cast Speak with Animals. Maldor Jr., get back here right now.
Go fuck yourself!
I have food.
Roll name handling.
I have food.
Yes.
Turns and looks. Yeah, right. Yeah. He gets his saunter back. The other one, though, continues to run.
Yeah, I was running after it.
Okay, running after it. How fast do you think a mountain goat goes?
I don't know.
Faster than you.
Can I?
Faster than an air
Can I?
gymnast.
Can I misty step after it?
It's been going.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
That's
it's like 80 feet away right now. Just continue to run north. See, Kalan's continuing the pursuit. Kalan at this point goes off map.
Yeah.
I think we know from
I just
experience that
just
Maldor
continue.
can go 90 feet.
Only if you want it dead, not if you want it back.
I was expecting that to be a lot more difficult. I was gonna try to hypnotic pattern the thing so it couldn't get away again. But
You're cutting
it
words
just died.
with my catapult. I hit it for 20. I rolled almost the top damage you can roll in that attack. Because I rolled 4d8. Well, not the top damage, but I rolled 4d8 and it was 4, 5, 6, 5. So I hit it way harder than I was expecting it to hit.
Yeah. I'm definitely sheathing my greatsword while muttering curse words under my breath and walking up into the rocks there.
Because you just kept chasing them back and forth. I mean, luckily nobody took that splash damage except the Echo, though. That was probably going to be nasty.
So you
Need to
Timothy
learn
now
how to take those spectral rings and do a boost.
gets calmed by the words of Utigan and begins to move the wagon all the way around, wrapping through the thickets and things, and gets through the rocks and eventually comes back onto the... It's not, again, the road isn't really here, but the guide of where it's at comes parallel, getting some distance away from the heated creatures. The snow around it's super heated, and the fire is continuing to rage and roar from the creature's flesh.
Is
So
it
the other
is
wagon
the
is
other
trashed, but-
wagon on fire? Like it's trashed?
It is trash and on fire, that's correct.
Yeah. So we started
Right.
with 3, and now we only have 1.
Well,
I
it's
Can I
checked
go
this
back-
cart.
usable, I think. It's
Yeah,
just-
I will. Sorry. Can I go back over to the other cart and start investigating that? The cart we found.
Sure. Go back, you find 2 chests, a couple large sacks, a backpack. There's also a couple different blankets and things, hides and pelts that are in there. The chests themselves, many of them are smashed. The sacks intact, but the contents spilled. There used to be apples, other sorts of food inside of the sacks. The backpack has clothes, a couple mess kits, dinner kits, things like that. Inside some of the chests that are been destroyed, you're able to find there are leather pouches in there. One of them consists of potentially some gold in there, where you're kind of shaking it, but it has a lock on it. Even though it's smashed, someone has to attempt to unlock that. And then the other one, kind of looking through, doing the best you can. Looking into it, it seems to have a few different kind of creature parts, like teeth and antlers and other sorts of things.
I'm just gonna take anything that would be useful or could be sold and load it up and try to stuff it into the cart we got, because we got more than enough goats to pull an extra large load now. So
Well, we can also probably use the wagon itself.
The axles
The
are
one-
smashed.
Axles are smashed.
Yeah. We have 2. So the one that we brought with us is also smashed, not usable. And then the one we
It
found
was just
is
caught on fire, wasn't it?
It's currently on fire. It's roasting with the creature smashed into it. The creature like
What if,
landed into it.
What if I used the earthen grasp to like pull the creature off of it?
You couldn't wrap and grab the creature. This creature, most likely, even though most of its body is in the earth, the body that is upon the actual cart most likely weighs over 12 tons. It is
Damn.
it is a heavy,
Jeez, this
large
thing's
set creature.
huge.
It's
And
massive.
With my moonbeam, would I be able to just continually target the neck area to just sever that part?
Yeah, but again, you have to deal with the fact that 25 feet of its body is still outside of it, and that is on top of the actual wagon in the cart. Complete. It's like it literally fell into it because it was looking in the direction of what would last targeted it. So it was focused on the goats as it snapped through the head moved. It was registering the sounds of certain things, right? So it kind of had turned its body, and then it was killed, so it fell forward into the actual wagon.
I'm just trying to reduce the amount of
Um,
we have to move.
At this point, I can kind of tell you that the creature with its weight as well as the fire, that wagon has been destroyed. Most likely, axles are snapped on that. The wheels, right? The cargo that is currently in it, potentially the sacks of whatever they're going to crystal miners and then the iron ore, are most likely going to sustain from the fire, right? They're gonna live through that. So the contents of it are okay, but the wood that makes in the frame of the construction of the wagon has been bludgeoned and now burned. Going based on what you're seeing here, right? The same wagon that you overcame most likely had been picked up and landed. So that's why that one has been bludgeoned. So now you're looking at both damages of both scenes, and you are immediately recognizing that whatever happened to that one most likely happened in some fashion to your 2 wagons here, getting both those
And we can. Is there like so? Whenever you say it fell on top of it, there's no way to get any of the contents in the wagon out of it.
Not right now, not how hot its body is. It literally
Right.
vaporized Maldor's echo
Okay.
just by being next to it. And that same heat is still giving off. The creature the heat is giving off from its blood. So the multiple lacerations and the puncture wounds that was spilling outwards, and as it interacted, it immediately caught fire and was creating that superheated environment.
Tegan, you didn't get eaten. Well done.
Quite the observation there, Maldor. Glad to have you. Is Kalan around? She or does she like wander off with the goats?
Kalan had kept pursuing. There was 2 goats that went. Mulder Jr. had returned. The other goat did not. Other goat continued. Kalan is pursued. Went through a bramble of thickets, headed north directly towards Lake Kif.
That was her favorite goat.
Can I start to follow after her to see if we can get her back here?
Sure.
There's no crossbow bolts on this here cart by any chance, are there?
There's not.
Can I motion over Maldor and Lucar, and I just say, I toss Maldor my crowbar, and I go, "Here's a chest. Get it open."
Rumble some more.
So reopening chest, what is that, athletics?
It would be a strength check, but it has advantage because you're using a crowbar.
Oh, I forgot to hold on.
15, you're able to break it
Did
open.
not.
It's already been smashed and destroyed. So take the crowbar and break the lock already and further kind of go in. This particular chest has 2 leather pouches and 2 medium-sized leather pouches, 1 smaller one and then 1 large one. In total, there's roughly 117 gold pieces inside of this chest, and constitute of copper and silver, but accumulating into 117.
Were there any more, or was it just the one?
There is another chest. That other chest was locked, and it was filled with kind of creature parts like teeth and antlers and sorts of things, like things that you would essentially, if you killed an animal and you thought they might be of value. And going off the fact that there was also pelts in here and other sorts of things, this might have been a trapper or a hunter that was selling their wares.
Is there any way to somehow eyeball a face selling price for all the contents of the chest?
On your backstory, I would say no. I don't think you would have any experience with selling that kind of stuff.
Gotcha.
You know that this person found them valuable. To you, probably don't find them valuable. I mean, they're not nearly the coin that you would be able to fetch off of even the monstrosity that you just killed. Right? You harvested some of that. That might, I think, that's kind of where your mind may be going. If you're looking for coin value, right? This would be like common animals, like bears, wolves,
Right.
deer.
So we're going to tie a rope to the thing, and we're going to pull it with the ghost.
So we're going to go ahead and pause that conversation. So Varys, as you begin to trudge out, you go about 150 to 160 feet. You have to go through thickets of bramble. As soon as you come through, you see Kalan at the edge, potentially, of Lake Kif. Now, Lake Kif continues underneath the snow, but this is where the wind actually pushes it back, forming the embankment. The actual goat is currently on the ice, many feet out of the actual goat, sliding. Can't pick up its legs. It's kind of moving back and forth. Now it's kind of falling down a little bit. Can't manage to pick itself up. Kalan's just staring at it, wondering what to do.
Okay.
Catapult.
Yeah. Yeah, can I catapult it back to land? Would the floating disc be big enough for the goat to stand on it?
Yeah. Can you get it to stand on a floating disc? Is truly the question.
That is the question. I'm just checking. All right, I'm gonna conjure the floating disc.
So as you go to cast the spell, a voice echoes from the actual lake. Slowly, as it begins to whistle, begins to pick into your ears, as you begin to listen to it. Trying to listen, making out the voice as best as you can. It's like it's the wind, and then slowly begins to be picked up. Becomes louder and louder. Gonna pause your conjuration just for a brief moment. This is the voice of your older brother. Varys, how are you? Wow. I haven't seen you in forever.
Hello? Where are you?
Why don't you come home? I'm back there right now. Come on.
You're with Mom and Dad at home.
Yeah. Came back for my Etir Fatom. I was expecting you back here, but look at you. Out on your own. Just come on. You're almost there.
I'm so confused. I'm nowhere near home.
Whistle of the wind continuing to pick up. Pushing past. Lucar. You hear a familiar voice of the wind as it begins to pick up into your ear as you are by the actual wagons and the rest of the caravan, hundreds of feet away, position of where your companion, Kalan the goat, have gone. The sword eye. Lucar, is that you? Are you here with us, Stephen?
Oh yeah, sorry, I muted. Yeah, I immediately draw my greatsword, start turning in circles and growling under my breath.
Voice emanating from the north, where your companion had gone to, as well as Kalan the goat.
Do you see something?
I would inform everybody around me that I'm hearing voices from my past from the direction of Varys and start walking that way through the snow.
Okay.
I'll follow.
We're all gonna die.
Hearing that something's coming from where Varys was, I cast Sending, and I'm going to say to Varys, "Are you okay? There's something going on back here, and we think something's going on near you."
Do I
Okay.
hear it come in? Is
Yeah.
it like...
You hear it come in? Lucar, you begin to trudge. You're continuing to trudge forward.
Yes.
I'm fine. It's just me and Kalan here.
Who else is following Lucar?
Tegan's following for
Thanos
sure.
is.
Yeah, I suppose I would go. Timothy, just stay put.
Oh, all right. So everyone's going?
Yeah.
All right. Activating scene. Voice continues, Lucar. Can't believe you're alive. You made it.
Yeah, naturally distrustful. I think I would probably growl like witch or something.
Don't be afraid, Lucar. You're almost home.
I have a question.
You're almost back. Zezrati. Just come home.
Say, who is this? The Literati's gone. There's no more.
You have to have faith.
Fuck, the real Sorda would never mention faith. Demon.
As I'm looking over onto the frozen bed, can I make a perception check to see if I perceive anything moving under the ice?
Roll perception. Lucar, remember the power of Lady Anurith. Remember what she was capable of. Perception is 17. You're looking through the ice. It's difficult to see. The goat continues.
I have a question. Can I do detect magic, or am I too caught up in this? Like,
You're not. You're just hearing the voice and you're talking to it. I mean, as far as Lucar and you, both your voices are coming out. You're not even talking in your mind. You're just talking out loud.
okay, can I do detect magic then?
Sure.
Okay.
The radius is right, kind of emanates from you. So using detect magic. Are you ritualized casting or casting outright?
I'll just cast it outright.
Okay. So sending it outright. You don't actually detect any magic within the vicinity of the radius besides the magical items that are on yourselves.
Is my speak with animals still active?
I
does
believe
it last?
so. I think it lasts quite a long time.
10
Lasts
minutes,
like
yeah.
10 minutes, yeah. So you most likely is still up at this point because everything's been going pretty quick.
I want to yell at the goat to come back here before it falls into the water and dies.
No, 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 no.
Do you want to die?
I can move. All of a sudden, its back legs crash into the ice. Holds onto the hoofs as his back legs are inside the frigid water.
Can
Claude
I
steps on.
take my...
Go for it. What do you want to do?
I'm just gonna kind of walk out and throw my rope to the goat.
Yeah. Walk out onto the ice, throw in your rope. Make a flat dexterity check. Rope lands.
Ooh.
You see the goat trying to bite onto it, doing the best they can. I'm gonna roll a check. Nat 1, the goat falls into the water.
I run forward.
Zeph, no!
What? Alright, Zeph, you walk forward, the ice crack splinters as it does. Crack, foot lines in. Roll a dexterity saving throw. Seven, Zeph. Underneath the ice.
I remember to hold my breath this time.
I suppose I would probably have been up near Varys. Would I be a reaction enough to do an athletics check and try to catch him?
As far as who are you trying to catch?
Zeph falling into the ice.
If you're up by Varys, you can attempt to catch them as they continue to go, but they went far. Like they're like as far as you said you were running, right?
I have a question.
Yep.
With sending, if I can hold my breath, obviously, but I can't speak. So would I still be able to do sending, or is that mental?
Requires a verbal component, so I imagine that you're actually saying it. So it's verbal somatic component. So you're actually saying it with words, most likely. That's probably what the verbal component is, actually saying those words as you're using it.
I want to send him a message, but if I can't speak, that's not much use.
So
Um,
yeah, and so Zeph, you just ran upon the ice, and so you made the check and you broke through.
Yeah.
Now Lucar, I mean, we could being next to them or not. I mean, they're just running up on it, right?
Is
Yeah.
there
You would
any
have
way
you would have to
let me-
you would have to catch Zeph in anticipation of what Zeph was going to do in response to the goat falling in, which that's a little bit like you'd have to be like almost identical in position next to him and anticipating and attempting to grab them in real time.
What about me
So-
casting hold person when he started to take off? Is that fair? I mean,
if you,
obviously it's a stretch since it's already happened, but
yeah, I mean this is the stuff before I even prompted the deck save. You all should have came up and interrupted me as we went through. He's falling through here at this point, I think. So I'm gonna
his
say that-
token just like flew, and I was like, "Well, it already happened." But
we were in real time there. I'm going in real time. I'm running on there, so I'm like, give me a
Why?
saving throw.
okay,
Maldor was literally about to kill the goat, so nobody would do that, and then the goat fell in, and then it just all went to hell.
I'm gonna take this in real time because I think this is way better to take it straight.
Okay, question.
So,
Yeah, no, it worked.
Since I don't have a problem breathing, would I be able to swim up to the surface? Or, I mean, I know it's probably frozen by now again, but can I go to under the ice?
yeah, I mean, you can attempt to swim up. I mean, you just plunged in. That's all it is.
Yeah.
And as you plunged in, I'm actually going to give you a description. So you're brought into a new scene here. So just give me 1 minute here while I try to get.
This is very
So-
interesting.
So obviously you lost control, right? The ice braked in and fall in. So within the murky cold water, and it is cold, right? But it's slightly warmer, which makes sense why the actual ice wasn't completely thick, which is quite a little bit strange to you, right? You imagine a frozen lake being in the tundra like this, it should have had a massive sheet of ice and been very stable, but it did not. Within this cold, murky water, you see deep down about 80 feet is the glowing of small orbs in the same vicinity around each other. The orbs seem from this distance, it's difficult to tell, but they seem to be in pedestals. They are embedded into a large slab of stone. Underneath, etched into the rock and dirt-like floor, are runes. Again, too far really truly to tell what they are. A towering 12-foot statue of some sort of armored figure sits upon the large slab of stone. At the center of chest is a very interesting symbol, and it seems to reference something. This distance, it's too difficult to tell. There's a whole ecosystem down here. Lots of plant life, other sorts of fish, certain things are swimming. And you were imagining that you would come into absolutely frigid, insanely cold water. But you did not. It is simply just cold. You're able to hold your breath. As you do, you're able to swim back up and re-emerge yourself back where everyone else is.
So there's totally a thing here.
With that, you also pull the goat up.
Yes. I re-throw the rope to the goat.
What did you see?
Giant statue, bunch of glowing stones, and ruined.
Okay.
And it's also surprisingly it's not warm, but warmer than it probably should be.
Okay, so hearing that and knowing that there was like a call for my brother, I'm going to off to the side of Zeph so it wouldn't hit him. I'm gonna fireball it so the ice melts, and then I'm gonna jump in.
Well, there's a big
As
hole
well.
right here.
With just so you know,
a fireball to melt ice.
yeah, I just want to do it.
I think they just want to do it.
Yeah.
They just want to get out there.
That sounds like a wizard thing.
Steam. It's gonna be a lot of
It
steam.
does. So.
You throw out the fireball, I guess, crashing down. Why not? Give it a whirl, eh?
Yeah.
All right, massive explosion, lots of damn. As it erupts out, the ice cracks, breaks, sloshing of water, different sorts of steam, certain effects, and now there's multiple cracks and different ices floating on top of each other, and there's little gaps and little nooks, little cracks. Everything looks okay. Maldor.
I pulled the goat off with me.
I'll
Okay.
go ahead and swim back down.
Zeph, you go swim back down. At this point, after the fireball lands, Maldor, you hear a very odd voice, but familiar voice. It is Linnea. A champion. Can you
He
hear
immediately
me?
grabs his pendant. Where are you? I haven't been able to reach you. You've been gone.
I know. I so dearly want to reach you, but I cannot.
Are you harmed? Are you all right?
Safe.
Where are you?
Down within the water. Would you come down here?
How would you get here? Of all places, I thought I had been cut off from you. I fell so far.
It is strange. There is some other power at play that would see us reunited once more.
But yeah, I'm gonna follow in and jump in after
All right.
Zeph, basically.
Here's jumps in as well.
After
Yeah,
he
I'm gonna
sends the fireball, Tegan just screams out, "What the fuck are we doing?"
All right, 2 people jumping in. 3 people in the water now.
For a swim, Tegan.
Oh, motherfucker. And Tegan's
Thanos
gonna
is
jump
going in. Tegan's jumping in. Luke, are you jumping in?
I'm going to grumble witchcraft several times and shake my head and jump in after these absolutely fucking morons.
Kalan probably thinks we're absolutely fucking insane.
Kalan just stares, grabs the bow at the side. She's going to come down.
I don't suppose anybody understands these runes.
I can't see anything.
You can't find out because you can't talk underwater, bud.
I'm gesturing wildly.
I would like to investigate the runes before I cross the circle.
Y'all can see?
Oh yeah, you don't have a token down here yet.
Okay.
Your stupid human eyes.
There you
Okay.
go. Yeah. Sorry, I forgot you. So, the towering statue here, this armored figure, seems to be wide at the hips, potentially maybe female as far as its certain features and its composition. The symbol is an elvish symbol that goes across the chest, and it simply is a symbol as it comes through as a flame, intricate, kind of moves and sloshes back and forth as flame, and then at the center of it, elvish word of beer immediately stands out.
Beer?
Beer.
Have I seen this symbol at all in my hunting of?
You have not.
Is that translated to something, or is that just what it says?
It's just what it says. That's what the Elvish translates to in common. The orbs are
Yes.
fit into these polished golden pedestals that are then embedded into metallic poles into the actual stone slabs. They glow, and they also hum as you approach, vibrating the air around them. You see the actual particles of water moving, and turning and twisting around them like a miniature vortex, absorbing the light as well. Maldor, you hear Linnea's voice coming from the green orb right here, echoing through into your mind.
So he
Simply,
immediately runs up and touches.
as you run up and touch it, your eyes slowly go black. The voice of Linnea's continues to move through. Be again, I promise. Forever. It seems as though you're all vision going black, pulled through, the water gurgling and bubbling around you. You're no longer here. Hear
All
the
of us?
sounds of it. Yes, all of you.
Oh, God.
I'm going to go ahead and set a scene real quick, and I also have to remove some things.
You're all going to die down here.
It's a siren, dude. We're
What
all
a
just
way
dead.
to
Finally, you have visited my lair.
At least it wasn't another dragon, right?
That we know of.
No, it's just a heat serpent.
In comes a giant sea serpent,
Lair of the Kraken.
eating Tegan.
Poor Tegan, dude.
The second his eyes start to go black, he's just like, son of a bitch, here we go again.
As your vision becomes black, the gurgles of the water around you and the coldness begins to dissipate. As the feeling of warmth braces your skin as well as your hands, overtakes you in the sense of sounds and perception. The blinding sun and your light in your eyes becomes difficult to see, but you begin to adjust. You are on a sandy beach. Seemingly how you got here is unknown. The voice of Linnea no longer to you. You also feel restored, in the sense that what was there, as far as using your spells and taking damage, if any was taken, you're all perfectly in normal conditions as if you just long rested. At the backdrop appears to be water. A bay. Waves crash into a rickety old dock, spanning from left to right. There are boats in this bay, large galleons, sails, abundance. The sails themselves, for some of you with your backstories, those, in fact, from Temeria, these sails are the colors of the Temerian Republic. The island sits in the bay, spewing a volcano with black smoke. But in front of you is what draws your attention. A 12-foot palisade wall. Inside, a village, burning, screams of people. There are soldiers wearing a white tabard or surcoat with trim of red, a golden symbol of a sun with radiant rays moving at the center chest. Weaponry that they have are glaives, longswords, and shields at the back. Crops surround the palisade wall. Many of them have been trampled, stomped by hoofprints, and other sorts of things. Bodies linger in the farm as well. A single boat on the dock has a sail. The rest seem to be smaller fishing boats. This boat is very weakly lashed. A entrance into the palisade wall sits in front of you, roughly 40 feet, 60 feet or so. It's half open. Horses run through at the backdrop in the village through that wall. More screams, slicing and clashing of weaponry, smoke billowing above, shouting. There are other figures inside of a collective that are pushing outside of the gate in pursuance of a small boy, human. Brown wavy hair as it comes down, with green bluish eyes with a fair face. This boy appears to be roughly 7 to 8 years of age. He's wearing a tan cloth shirt, loosely tied, with kind of these leather trousers, maybe like shorts like capris, and then sandals at the feet. There's a belt of brown with a leather pouch to the side. The hands appear to be slightly kind of muddied and dirtied, and their face as well is covered with soot, charcoal. Soldiers pursue, but in addition to them, others that have full helms on. They also have plate armor. The others are wearing chainmail. These ones have symbols of the golden suns made onto their pauldrons, as well as capes, in addition to the actual tabards and surcoats the soldiers are wearing. They have pristinely made longswords and shields at the sides. As they're pursuing forward, their helms are slightly winged, as well as some features of the backdrop of their armor winged as well, similar to a hussar. You've ever seen those in armor compositions. The elf resembles that of between a wood and a high elf. Freckles on the face, but fair complexion with blondish auburn hair, formed into a ponytail. Now bloodied, the armor is this bronze-like material into half plate. They have a beautiful-looking sword, a long sword that matches the same material of the armor, which is this bronze-like material. Silverish, ingrained in gold, with also gems into the long sword. They are running, this boy and this elf. The elf sits just shy of 5'6". He's holding onto the boy's hand. The soldier reaches out to grab. After the soldier reaches out to grab, in the backdrop just here, the entrance appears to be a woman on her knees, holding out the hands to cast magic out towards the soldier that has a glaive. The glaive goes through, beheads the woman. The head and the woman topple down, bloody, leading to the ground. The woman was wearing a reddish kind of cloth dress, blackish trim, as well as tan accents. Just sandals upon the feet. Cobbled path kind of runs into the beachhead and then dissipates into the sand. So, at this stage, I need everyone to roll initiatives.
God damn it! This was the one moment where I wanted a high initiative.
All right, everyone
And
rolled
we
up?
got our spells back, right?
That's correct. You can adjust your spells to be full. I'm also going to give Lucar a rest because they haven't rested before. So, all right, Lucar, you rolled up.
No, the bar disappeared.
All right, I'll roll for you.
You said that we had the benefits of a long rest, so does that mean I could just, instead of manually doing it, just reset and take a long rest?
That's totally fine. Yeah, you can hit the long rest button if you'd like. All right, Lucar, I did roll for you. I rolled low for you, a 5, unfortunately.
GG.
All right, beginning combat. Varys, you're up first.
And they look like they're chasing after the two.
This
people
soldier is
nearest
reaching
us.
to potentially grapple the boy. The elf is dragging the boy in the sand.
Okay.
And
Yeah,
they're headed.
fireball
They're
them
headed
all.
towards the dock. Seeing a fireball.
Oh my god!
Immediate fireball coming right out.
Oh my
Did
god!
not
What
hesitate.
damage rolls do?
Jesus.
As fireball erupts, you see multiple soldiers getting hit by it, screaming out, "Ah!" One's missing an arm, topples down, bleeding profusely as they land. Two of the mainly heavily armored figures take the blow as they hold the shields. One of the soldiers does succeed, and the other one holding the glaive that just beheaded the woman was outside of the range. You see as one of the individuals here raises the hand, points it towards you with the long sword, up to the same person who's just casted the fireball. Kill that one. How dare they?
I'd like to see you fucking try.
God.
And now in my turn.
Our boys
See,
all
as the-
grown up.
He sees the elf continue.
Varys turning us on.
He sees the elf holding the boy, continues to push past, moves at the entire movement speed that they have in dragging the boy, just goes directly past you and continues to drag the boy, aim to get onto the sailboat at the dock. Does not say any words or look to you. One with the glaive, after freshly beheading, begins to charge forward with a dash. It runs up to you, Varys, holding the glaive. It is then going to action surge, swinging the glaive around towards you. It's going to hit you with a 15.
Shield.
Did you declare it before the attack roll, boy? That's fine, I'll take it. No worries.
I
Shielding is
thought
fine.
shield was after it hits.
Is it? I thought it was before, bro.
Reaction.
Yeah, it's a reaction.
No, I'm
So-
pretty sure
Yeah, it's in response to being
because
hit.
the nature of a reaction, you
Yeah.
can use it whenever.
Yeah,
The trigger, no,
including-
including against the triggering attack. So you have to cast shield before the damage is dealt, but after the attack is rolled. So it's triggering attack, not triggering
Oh.
damage. But it's fine. You can. I talk fast. You're good. So you use shield, no problem. It kind of bounces into the shields. It holds break, kind of pulls it back. Looks towards you and grunts. Doesn't say any words. Thanos, you're up.
I don't have arrows to waste on these fools. I am going to run up to this one. And I'm going to pull my short sword out. And we're going to stab a mofo.
20 hits. See, as the
Okay.
glaive's still in hand, you kind of with the short sword punching through near the spleen, the abdomen kind of region. 10 points of damage dealt. See, bleeds profusely.
That was a
I
hell of
will.
a sound effect for a shield.
Oh, you like the powering up?
Just stab him again.
Okay. Pulling the
Or
blade
not.
out, 15 is going to miss as you pull the blade outwards, kind of coming towards the neck, kind of sidesteps out of the way.
I get one more attack, right? Dreaded ambusher? Yeah.
Correct.
So, yeah.
Kind of come back around with the blade, swing the actual pommel, clocking the face, crushing into the jaw. 6 points piercing damage, lands down to the ground, unmoving.
I'm going to step in front of this one and kind of look at him with bloodlust eyes and end my turn.
Okay. Ending turn. Oop, sorry. Go back. All right, there we go. So moving up to this one, Bloodless Eyes raises the long sword towards you, specifically says, "By Pelor's might, I smite thee," and comes in for a swing of the sword. It's going to be a miss as you dive out of the way. It's then going to come back around with the stab towards your center chest. 17 is going to hit you. It is going to attack on a Divine Smite. The blade of lights deals 16 points of radiant and slashing damage towards you as it pierces into your gut, pulls out the blade, and holds out the shield. "Stand down in the name of the Talthars. Kneel." You can drop.
Tegan, having faith in his companions, is going to turn and he's going to run towards the woman and the child.
Okay.
And basically, I want to expend my whatever I need to expend and just say to them, "What's going on? Why are you running? We're here to help you, but you need to communicate. What is going on?"
Doesn't say anything to you. Not yet, anyways. Anything else on your turn?
Did that expend anything, or?
Not just your movement and getting your one line out.
Okay, then in that case, I'll throw a shatter out. Why not?
Okay. As it erupts outwards, 13 points of thunder damage. One of them fails, takes the blunt after getting hit by it, crushing into the armor, flying back about 5 feet and landing prone, is unmoving, does not stand. The other one succeeds. Kind of raises the shield, kind of turning back around, bracing for the blow.
And then I will. Who's up next? I'll Bardic Inspiration Maldor.
Okay. Give me some Bardic Inspiration there. Sounds good.
Then my turn.
Ending turn, Zeph, you're up.
Alright. They're wearing metal armor, right?
They are.
Shock and grasp.
Alright, Shock and Grasp.
I probably won't automatically do it, so is it alt or
Alt.
control?
Yep, hold down Alt. $17 actually is going to hit. They don't have the shield curling out. 13 points of lightning damage is dealt. It's going to zap.
And then bonus action, spiritual weapon.
Okay. Right, 26 is going to hit. 8 points of force damage, turning it towards between you both positions. Kind of thwacks in the back of the neck and the head. Large crack. Swaying side to side. Mulder, you're up.
Okay. So he's gonna rush up, just screaming, "Where is she?" He's
26 as you come screaming that, looks towards you. Ah! Takes 51 slashing damage. You come cleaving into the actual collarbone through to the heart. Bleeding profusely, blood skirting out of the mouth, topples down as you kick the body back.
and the echo pops out.
Okay.
He just looks at the guy. He's like, "You look like someone who likes to pray. Maybe you should fucking start."
That's funny. Nice.
Oh.
So many net 20s, bro. Was that 2? So 25 points of damage dealt as you do. Echo comes, it cleaves off the head. The creature, this individual not actually recognizing, comes off the head as the body lifeless, squirting blood out of the neck like a chicken with its head cut off freshly, kind of topples down to its knees and falls forward dead. That combat initiative is over.
For Lucar, dude.
The elf continues to run.
No,
then takes the
it's
boy,
okay.
Picking the boy up, chucking the boy into the boat, then jumps into the boat as well, begins to undo the lashings.
I'm gonna run
Hypnotic pattern.
towards the boat.
Are you using a combat action?
I want them to stop moving, so the only way, if they're not listening to me, the only way to get them to stop is by using other means. So I'm going to
Okay.
cast Hypnotic Pattern.
So you're going to use hypnotic pattern onto a boy and then this elf.
Why are you trying to make me feel bad?
I'm just clear, because if you're doing that, we have to reroll initiatives. Because you're using a combat action.
And I just yell out, "Please stop! Why are you running?"
I mean, you can, but they might not respond to you, right? So I want to clarify what you're attempting to do. So if you're going to be using a spell, a combat action against another character, it is initiative roll. Okay? So as you see, even though they're NPCs, they still, right? They still have thoughts. They still have feelings. Jeez. See, as they jump onto the boat, you continue to
Before
yell
I pull
hours.
the trigger,
Is there
can I
enough?
see? Is there more shoulders coming our way?
Now that you can see, seems like these were the only ones in pursuit. The rest are moving horses, neighing, moving side to step. People are screaming, but nothing that you can see in the relevant distance between the actual gate. Again, the gate is barely open. It's just enough to kind of sidestep through. So you're just maybe seeing through the cracks of that opening, as well as some of the palisade gating, how it's separated from the log pools.
Is there enough time for me to misty step onto the ship?
Yeah, I mean, she's it's just ignoring, undoing the lashings of the boat right now.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna go up to here and then misty step onto it.
I'm just going to run up and say, "What is going on? Where are we?"
She is undoing the lashings of the boat, looks towards you, immediately says, "Varys, get the fuck off my boat. And you, Tegan. How do you not know?"
No,
Stares
we're
in
not
your
going to
face.
pretend like.
Tegan, shut up. What is going on? Why? How do you know us? What is going on?
I do not even know yourselves, chosen ones.
What?
Get off the boat, Varys. We have to go.
And then I'll get off the boat.
Does the ropes, stares at both of you, pulls down the sail. See as the boy climbers into the back, as the sailboat begins to move off. The boy yells out, "Mom! Mom!" As the boat continues to go, stands up in the boat and looks towards you both. "My name is Lady Sindar Lena." Continues to sail the boat forward into the bay. "Good luck, chosen ones." Scoffs a little bit, shakes the head, continues to sail the boat forward. Screaming, continuing in the distance. The actual palisade wall is now no longer. It is an expanse of snow. The burning village subsided, the sounds beginning to dwindle and drop.
Rumble under my breath. Witchcraft again.
Tegan just says, I am so sick of this shit. And he's going to run back to the village to try to save as many people as he can.
Try to run back to the village, but the palisade wall is gone. The village is gone. It's just an expanse of snow. Mountains at the backdrop, the wind beginning to howl, the snow cresting onto your face. The beach of the sand begins to be pulled back into snow. Eventually the waves themselves slowly begin to subside and the dock begins to dissolve. Once more, your vision goes black. You're staring off in the distance of the snow, begins to fade, twisting, pulling. You feel as if you're in a free fall. You land. A large smash to snow.
What the hell was that?
Holy shit.
You land, picking yourself up, shifting movement upon the rocks as well as the brambles and thickets reveal themselves. Large, intimidating wolves with haunches of standing upright, of near 8 to 9 feet tall, lengthy as well. Their eyes glow with blue, ice spikes cover their fur. One speaks, one on the largest rock that protrudes outwards. Ballast the head. Hello, chosen ones. I am Levrus. I'm glad that you've made it. Finally. And that is where we're going to go in the session.
Tegan's done. Tegan's fucking done.
No.
He's fucking.
What was that lady's name?
The name?
Yes.
Holy shit.
I knew that shit. I wasn't gonna take a combat action anyways. I wasn't disappointed about that one. I was just gonna say I was gonna stand there and look around. Like something doesn't feel right. These things are dying too quickly. Like it's so freaking crazy.
And did anybody recognize the group name from the soldiers?
The what? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
They said they something in the name of something. I can't remember.
In the
It's like
name,
Paylor's might.
in the
No,
name of the Talthars, kneel.
Yeah. Did we
By
recognize
Paylor's
that?
divine might, I smite thee.
The Talthars is the government on the continent that we've been traveling on.
That's correct. Talthars are the reigning of Kingdom of Arthuria.
Where is she?
Can we just take a minute real quick that Tegan was going to cast a spell on a 7-year-old boy? I need answers! Where are the other drugs going?
I mean, Varys mind probe an elderly man who was like in shell shock.
Yeah,
This is the group that we're in.
Yeah, that's true. I did not surprise me. It did not surprise me, Tegan. I was not going to tell you couldn't do that. I just wanted to declare what you were doing so we could roll initiatives if we came to it. That's all.
Yeah.
What is this? What is this I hear about Varys experimenting on me?
You're riding the Tensor's floating disc for a little bit.
Yeah.
Oh.
You're just
I
being
got a
part of
new
your route.
spell and I wanted someone to ride it. So you were the guinea pig.
You
All right.
essentially
Yeehaw.
got put in a wagon and toted around.
So
No,
we
you
have,
were like you were riding on a skateboard.
So I'm going to calculate experience points really, really, really fast because I lost track of time. So
Cowabunga, dude.
That was a lot of fun.
a lot of things happening. So I'm going to go ahead and really quickly so I get this turned over for the other group.
Holy shit. I didn't even realize how late it was.
I didn't realize.
Yeah.
the time
Yeah.
either,
That was a lot of fun though.
I do have to pop out of Discord though because I have prior commitments at 7:00. So
Sounds
All
good, man. Too.
Dude, that fireball did so much damage.
I just love how Varys was this innocent little wizard boy, and then now the second we drop into an area, no questions asked, fireball.
That's what happens when wizards hit level 5. That's just how that goes.
Well, no, I saw that woman get her head chopped off. That was also casting magic. That was like kind of my idea behind it. Was like, yeah,
Yeah. All right, so we're at 1,610 experience each, it should put you at 13,053 experience total. And I imagine that you're groaning because you are close to the next level.
So close.
how could
That's
you
all
do
right.
this?
950,
So
yeah.
if you're watching the stream, thanks so much. Really appreciate that. We went obviously a lot longer than I imagined, but we got to a really cool cliffhanger, and that's always nice. So anyways, ill-fated, everyone. Congratulations. Nice work, and we will be back. So
I guess.
Bye.
Yeah.